Hello, everyone. If you like what I'm doing here, please consider subscribing, liking, and commenting. It would really help the channel out quite a bit. Thank you very much.
United States Steel, USS, the industrial family that serves the nation, presents The Hour of Mystery. Our story, The Singapore Exile Murders by Van Wyck Mason. Our star, Roger Pryor. Every day, everywhere, you are served by products of steel. In your home, in your business, in your travel. And when you see on any product the trademark of United States Steel, USS, you know the steel is good. Tonight, the United States Steel Corporation invites you to listen to a full hour of mystery, the seventh in our series of summer programs, which bring you every Sunday night an hour of intrigue, adventure, and excitement. Famous stories by famous authors, played by outstanding stars. The Singapore Exile Murders, starring Roger Pryor as Major Hugh North, the man from G2.
The big flying boat would be landing soon now at Singapore. Singapore, crossroads of the Far East, city of mystery and intrigue, where the fires of the greatest war in all history were already smoldering. For this was 1939. There were men in Tokyo and Berlin and in Singapore making their final plans for the conquest of the world. In the great flame, two men who were to play vital roles in a drama of life and love and murder sit across from each other in the lounge forward.
Major North, will you be detained long by your official duties in Singapore?
Oh, I haven't any official duties in Singapore, Mr. Abanya. I'm just taking a vacation.
You expect me to believe that? With war likely to come at any moment, you expect me to believe that the United States Army chooses that time to send you north, the eighth of its intelligence service, running off on a vacation?
Well, I'm afraid that happens to be the case. You're much too flattering.
Oh, no, Major. I have followed your career, and I know that wherever you north appears, something of great importance to the United States is involved.
Well, now I insist, Mr. Abanya, that you're flattering me. But what about you? Does business bring you to Singapore?
Yes.
What is your business, Mr. Abanya?
I represent certain interests, Major North.
Oh, well, perhaps we'll run into each other in Singapore. As a matter of fact, I have an idea. We will.
Steward, I wish to send a radiogram. Bring me the plant.
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Morenzi, sir.
May I join you, Major North?
By all means, Mr. Barenzi. Well, I guess we'll be in Singapore before long.
Yes, it has been a pleasant flight, is it not?
Very pleasant.
Will your mission in Singapore keep you there a while, Major North?
I'm not on a mission, Mr. Barenzi. I'm just taking a vacation.
No, just a vacation.
The radiogram said, Mr. Morenzi, sir.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, Major North.
Of course.
Now, let's see.
1 minute.
Huh? Oh, yes, Monty, what?
I have a horrible headache. Would you get me an aspirin?
Steward, bring an aspirin.
Yes, sir.
Now, won't you sit here, Mademoiselle Sayo?
Thank you, Major North.
Let me see. Yes, that will do it. Marty, I'm sorry about your headache.
It will be all right.
Yes, please, mademoiselle.
Thank you.
Steward, get this radiogram off immediately.
Right away, sir. I'll get it off right now, sir.
Oh, Stewart, leave the pad, will you? I want to send a radiogram, too.
Of course, sir. Here you are, sir. Just call me when you've written it.
Thank you.
Well, I shall be going back to my seat and get my things in order. Mother?
In one moment, Cornelius. I want to give the aspirin a chance.
Very well. I'll say goodbye later, Major North.
Yes, when we land.
Why are you so interested in Mr. Barenzi's radiogram, Major North?
Oh, I'm not interested.
Why did you tear off the next blank and put it in your pocket?
Why, I was going to send a radiogram myself a little later.
I see. But of course, the blank you have in your pocket will have a pencil impression of the message sent by Mr. Barenzi.
Well, now, I hadn't thought of that.
No?
What are you going to do about it?
I shall do nothing. It is none of my business. Mr. Barenzi becomes very annoyed with people who pry into his affairs. Very, very annoyed.
Well, I hope he has no occasion to become annoyed with me.
You better come to your seat. We'll be landing. Well, hello, Mademoiselle Sayu. Miss Buckley.
Oh, we still have a few minutes, Jane. Won't you sit down?
All right. Mademoiselle Sayu, I understand you're some sort of a dancer. Are you appearing at a nightclub in Singapore? I'd like to come and see your little show. I am not a nightclub dancer, Miss Buckley. Oh, well, what do you do? Dance with private party.
Jane, Mademoiselle Sayu creates dancers. She's a fine artist.
Oh, I see. And Mr. Barenzi is sort of a patron. Mr. Barenzi is a friend, Miss Buckley. Friend? How nice. How awfully nice. You dear, I'll run along.
All right, Jane. I'll be back in a moment.
Is Miss Buckley an old friend, Major Norris?
No, she's not. We met just before we got on the plane.
She's a nasty young woman.
I'm sorry, Mademoiselle Sayu.
And she will be sorry, Major Norris, before she is too long in Singapore.
Passengers will kindly return to their seats and fasten their safety belts. About the land, ladies and gentlemen, at Singapore.
Oh, Major North, I have had a wonderful idea. Our flight was so pleasant, I have decided to give a party tonight at my house. Will you come?
Why, yes, Mr. Brent. Yeah, I'd like to.
Fine. I'll send a car for you at about 7:30. I suppose you'll be at the Malacca Straits Hotel.
Yeah, that's right.
Good. And suppose you bring your friend Miss Buckley in the car with you.
All right, I will.
Good. See you tonight then, huh? Oh, there's Urbania. Urbania, I'm giving a little party tonight at my house. Will you come?
It would be a pleasure, Mr. Barenzi. Very good of you to ask.
Major Norris,
Oh, hello, Mademoiselle Sayu.
I think you had better not go to that party, Major Norris.
Why not? I feel like a party.
It is not just a party.
No?
For some reason, Barenzi is suspicious of you. I don't know what brings you to Singapore, but if it involves Barenzi, you're in danger. Don't go to the party.
Well, now, that's real nice of you. See you there, honey?
This is the American consulate.
Mr. Taylor, please. Major North calling.
One moment, please.
Hello? Hello, North. Where are you?
Malacca Straits Hotel.
Thank heaven you're here. I've got a stack of cables for you. They want a report. Can you come right down?
No. Look, Taylor, I want a little information. What have you got on Cornelius Barenzi?
Morency? Most powerful man in Singapore, North. Why? Is he involved in this thing?
Maybe. He was on the plane with me. Send me all you've got on him, will you? And what about Mari Sayu?
Sayo? Oh, she's a famous dancer. Very well known in Singapore. Seen a good deal with Morency. Quite attractive, I believe.
Basil Urbania?
What's that?
Urbania.
Havana. Don't know him. Was he on the plane, too?
They were all on the plane. Look, Taylor, do you know a Vivian Kenyon here in Singapore?
A woman?
No, a man. Englishman, I think.
I don't know him. Has he anything to do with Aunt Agnes?
Barenzi sent a radiogram to him from the plane. I've got an idea he's the key to the whole business.
I'll see what we can find on him. But, North, the folks at home are quite worried about Aunt Agnes. They say you must get in touch with her pretty fast. They're very worried, North.
Yeah. Did the folks say anything about expenses, Taylor?
Yes.
How much?
5 is necessary.
5. Hey, they are worried.
They're counting on you, North. They told me to...
Just a minute, Taylor. Yes?
Wallet, no,
Come in. Hello, Taylor. Tell the folks I think I may see Aunt Agnes soon now.
Good. There are a few other things, North. Can't you come down here now? No. I say, can't you come down here now?
No. Not right now.
I wish you could make it, North. There's some rather important...
I've got to hang up now, Taylor. I'll call you later.
But, North, it's most important that...
Well?
Observe gun, please. I'm pleased to give a radiogram sent from plane by Mr. Baransi.
Haven't you got the wrong room, pal?
Oh, no. You are Major Uno, G2, United States Army Intelligence. Radiogram, please.
How would I have Barenzi's radiogram? You said he sent it.
You have copy. You were observed to take next blank from radiogram pad containing pencil impression of message sent by Baransi. I will take copy, please.
Okay, you've got me. I'll give it to you. It's under the tray on the bureau.
Remove from under tray. No trick.
All right. Here it is. Take that gun, please. Yeah, that's better. Now stay there on the floor, friend. Operator.
Operator?
Will you send up a policeman, please?
Sir?
A policeman. A little man just tried to hold me up in my room.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Now, who sent you here, little man? My old friend Urbaniak? Oh, no comment, huh? All right. But don't you move a muscle, pal, or I'll spill you all over that nice, clean rug. Yes?
Hello, you.
Oh, hello, Jane. Get that all right?
Mm-hmm.
Say, what's your room number? I'm in 333.
Oh, I'm in 335.
You're right next door?
Right next door. You can step out in the balcony and walk right in. In fact, I think that might be a rather good idea.
Well, now, I think that might be a very good idea.
No?
Well, just a minute, Jane. The valet is here at the moment. Come in. I'll see you in a few minutes, Jane.
All right.
Major Knoll? Yes? You called for the police? Yeah, the little man on the floor tried to hold me up. Here's his gun. Would you mind taking him along? I'll prefer charges later.
Very well, Major Knoll. All right, you on your feet there?
I'll be back at that.
As long as this happens, sir.
That's quite all right. Call me when you want me.
Righto. All right, you sit lively there.
Back at that, you
Right, sir.
Hello there.
You, come in. Well, isn't it nice being neighbors?
Yeah, I think I'm going to like it. You know, I feel real neighborly about you, beautiful. Oh, say, Jane, do you know about the party tonight?
No, who's giving it?
Barenzi, you must have left the dock before he mentioned it.
Well, he didn't invite me.
Oh, yes, he did, and asked me to bring you.
Barenzi?
Uh-huh.
I can't imagine a big man like Barenzi inviting me.
Well, I can imagine any man inviting you.
Well, thank you.
Oh, who's this?
What? Oh, the snapshot. My brother, Mike. It's not very good of him, but it was the last picture of him.
The last?
Mike died a couple of years ago.
Oh. Who's the lady?
Mike's wife.
And the man with his back turned?
Oh, I don't know. The picture was taken in Mexico. Mike was on vacation.
Oh.
Mike was my favorite brother. He was the best one of our family. Well, you, how about a drink?
Yeah, later. I gotta go out for a while.
Oh, do. I thought you were on vacation.
Well, I gotta look up a guy. But I'll be back for you. Barenzi is sending a car at 7:30. I'll be back in time to have a drink before that.
Maybe 2.
Maybe. I'll hurry, beautiful. I'll see you between 6 and 7.
You?
Hmm?
Come here.
Well, beautiful.
Oh,
Well, now, I call that right neighborly.
darling, tell me something.
What?
Are you really on vacation?
Sure, why?
Mr. O'Brien says you're some sort of a secret agent.
Oh, Banyup's crazy.
Are you looking for somebody in Singapore, you?
No.
I am.
You are?
I thought maybe if you would, maybe you could help me.
Maybe. We'll talk about it later, huh? I gotta run along.
All right. Hurry back, darling.
What do you think?
Kenyon? What do you want? I've got a message for you, Mr. Kenyon. Who are you? My name is North. Hugh North. The message is rather important, Mr. Kenyon. Come on in.
Dark in here.
Yes, I'm not going to turn on the light. Stand over there against the window.
All right.
Now, how did you find it?
Does that matter?
For your information, North, I have a gun pointed at you.
I thought so.
Now, answer my question. I'm not fooling. How did you find me?
I don't like talking in the dark.
I told you I had a gun. You're a good target against that window.
Yeah. All right. I got to look at the radiogram Canibus Barenzi sent you. It was this address.
Are you working for Barenzi?
I've got an idea I'm working against him.
You mean you want to make me an offer?
Yes, Kenyon. If you really represent Leonard Melville, I do.
I'll turn on the light.
Yeah, now that's better. Now, if you put away the gun, perhaps we can...
That's right. I'm not Kenyon. I'm Melville.
Aunt Agnes.
What?
That's just an expression of mine.
You said you wanted to make me an offer. How much?
$2 million.
$2 million? For Melville life? For an explosive that'll make the biggest bomb in existence look like a firecracker?
So you say, Melville.
So I say, would you be here if it weren't the truth?
$3 million?
No.
All right, then I'll give him a top price. $5 million.
$5 million?
Are you interested now?
$5 million? Well, who wouldn't be interested? I'll have to talk to Kenyon. He's my agent in this thing.
Okay, talk to him. Then get in touch with me at the Malacca Space Hotel. I'll have a certified check waiting for you.
On what bank?
On the Treasury of the United States.
On the Treasury of the United States. So that... You're a filthy spy from the War Department. Get out of here, boss. Get out of here before I let go of this gun. I'm not kidding. Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Melville. Take it easy.
Take it easy. After what they did to me, framed me, railroaded me to Leavenworth for 2 horrible years, ruined my Army career, ruined my whole life. No, I'll die before I'll sell my secret to the United States. They could have had it for nothing. Now I'll sell out to anybody else. Anybody, do you understand?
Yes, I do understand.
No, you don't. You couldn't. You couldn't know what it means to give up your whole life to the Army and then end up in disgrace and exile.
The exile is you're doing, Melville.
Remember my case, North, the celebrated Melville case?
Very well. You were convicted of selling some anti-tank shell specifications to the Japs.
That's what they said.
Co-defendant was Lieutenant Carpenter.
Mike Carpenter. He was the rat who framed me. He stole the plan, sold out to some Jap agent, and then planted evidence against me in my quarters.
Well, couldn't you pin it on him?
We were both accused, but he died conveniently before the trial, so they made me the scapegoat. They sent me to prison, me, Leonard Melville, the guy who thought he was a patriot, who was ready to give them the greatest discovery in the world, Melvilleite.
I never thought you were guilty, Melville.
No, don't give me that, North. That's the line the lawyer there behind me dished out. Then everything I told him was used against me in court.
Melville, what if I told you I thought I could clear you? Not only clear you, but earn you the gratitude of every man and woman and child in the United States. Have you restored to your old rank, or better. And the offer of $5 million would still...
I don't care about the $5 million. But you couldn't clear me. I know those brass hats in Washington too well. There'd be heads to roll, and they'd never stand for that.
Well, you know how things are in Europe right now. Hitler's liable to break loose any minute.
Well, let him.
Well, if he had your formula, it would be pretty hard to stop him.
I tell you, I don't care.
I could clear you, Melville.
All right. How?
Did you ever hear of a girl named Jane Buckley?
Jane Buckley? No.
She's here in Singapore. Her name isn't really Buckley. She's Mike Carpenter's sister.
What's she doing here?
Well, I've got an idea she's looking for you. I think she believes you framed her brother. She wants to clear his name.
Clear his name? Why, that dirty rat was the one who
Yes,
was killed.
I think so, too, and I'm sure I can prove it.
How?
Well, I saw Jane Buckley this afternoon. I also saw a snapshot she carries around. It's a picture of Carpenter and his wife.
What does that prove?
Well, there's a third person in the picture, Melville. His back is turned, but I'll swear it's a white Russian named Basil Urbanya, the Jap agent.
Urbanya? Well, he's been in touch with Kenyon. He's made us an offer.
Well, there, now, you see it all ties in, doesn't it?
Well, how would you get the proof?
Through the Buckley girl. I've come to know her rather well.
Well, if I
Now, trust me, Melville. Good Lord, man, I know you got a right to be bitter. But this is bigger than any of it. If this explosive you've discovered is what they say it is, you can't turn it against your own country. Give me a chance to prove you're innocent.
Well, if only I weren't so confused. You don't know it, what it's been like. Hiding out like a criminal. Everybody asked me. Yesterday, 2 men tried to kidnap me. I can't stand it much longer. You don't know what it's been like. I'm sick of pointing guns at people.
That's better, Melville. Now get rid of the gun and you'll feel better.
If I could only believe you, Mel. Look, I'd want a lot. I'd want a public apology.
You'd get it.
I'd want the blame placed where it belongs on Mike Carpenter. North, what are you doing?
Just taking a look at this revolver you put down, Melville. Now our positions are reversed, aren't they? I'm going to ask you to come with me, Melville.
You rat. You were lying all the time.
No, I wasn't. You can still have the $5 million, Melville, and I'll still do all I can to clear you. But get this. My orders don't go this far, but if everything else fails, I'll take it on myself. Rather than let your formula fall into the hands of the Japs or the Nazis, I'll kill you, Melville, on my own.
I don't think you will.
No? Well, you wait.
Good, Kenyon. You were just in time.
That was the first act of the Singapore Exile Murder, starring Roger Pryor, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. And here speaking for United States Steel is George Hicks.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to tell you about an important way in which the steel industry helps America's farmers grow bigger and better crops. No, I'm not talking about steel farming implements and tractors, necessary as they are to successful farming. I'm referring to a chemical called ammonium sulfate, which is one of the principal ingredients in the commercial fertilizers used so extensively for all kinds of crops today. This ammonium sulfate in fertilizers provides available nitrogen, which is one of the most vitally needed plant foods for practically all important crops. Now, just what has the steel industry got to do with ammonium sulfate? The answer is plenty. In fact, it supplies most of the ammonium sulfate used in modern farm fertilizers. And this is possible because ammonium sulfate is one of the miraculous family of coal chemicals produced when bituminous coal is converted to coke, the principal solid fuel of the iron and steel industry. But ammonium sulfate, important though it is but one of thousands of ways that the steel industry's production of coal chemicals helps you eat better, work better, sleep better, and live better. Yes, the large coke and coal chemical plants of the United States Steel Corporation have become very important in your life and mine. Substances that formerly went up in smoke are now enriching our civilization and providing the base for new products and vast new industries. For out of the gas and tar produced in these plants come the coal chemicals that make possible such vitally important products as nylon, aspirin, saccharin, sulfa drugs, cooking extracts, perfumes, automobile tires, and other rubber products, phonograph records, and DDT, to mention just a few. The research workers of the United States Steel Corporation and of other industries never stop digging into the seemingly inexhaustible riches of this coal chemical magic. And just as the workers and management of the entire United States Steel Corporation devote themselves to producing ever better steels and products of steel, so do these coal chemical researchers keep coming up with the new products which are doing such wonderful things to make this a better world in which to live.
We pause briefly for station identification. You are listening to the Hour of Mystery, sponsored by the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel. And now the second act of the Singapore Exile Murders, starring Roger Pryor as Major Hugh North.
This is Singapore in 1939, on the eve of Hitler's invasion of Poland. And in Singapore, melting pot of the Far East, colorful, sinister city, a race is on. A race in which Hugh North, United States Army Intelligence, competes against the desperate men from Tokyo and Berlin. Their objective? To wring from Leonard Melville, embittered ex-American Army officer, the secret of his new and dreadful explosive. North, the American, has been the first to reach Aunt Agnes, code for Leonard Melville, only to be slugged and left unconscious in Melville's hideout. He struggles to his feet and finds himself alone.
Melville. Melville. Oh.
Operator.
American consulate.
Let's go. One moment.
The American consulate.
Mr. Taylor, please. Major North calling.
Just 1 moment, Mr. North. Hello? Hello, North.
Taylor, can you give me a man to tail somebody?
North, what's wrong?
Nothing. I got a little headache. Look, I want a man to tail Vivian Kenyon. I told you about him. He'll have to start from scratch, though. He's changed his address. I don't know where he is right now.
All right. Can you tell me anything more?
No. Oh, by the way, I saw Aunt Agnes.
You saw Mel? Aunt Agnes? Where? Where is she?
Got away.
North, you let him get away? That's bad. Better get right down here. Folks back home will want to report.
The folks will have to wait till morning, Taylor. I got to go to a party.
Are you out of your mind? There's no time for parties.
It's time for this one, Taylor. Goodbye.
Major North, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, how are you, Mr. Morency?
Fine, always fine. And Miss Buckley. Oh, you look sharp.
Well, thank you. It was nice of you to ask me to your party.
Why not? Muddy.
Yes, Cornelius.
You remember our good friends from the plane, Major North and Miss Buckley?
Oh, yes. So nice to see you both again. You are finding Singapore interesting? Oh, yes. It's thrilling. And you, Major North.
Very interesting, Mademoiselle.
Muddy, you take charge of Miss Buckley, though. I want the Major to meet some of our friends.
Very well, Cornelius. Will you come with me, Miss Buckley? I'll see you later, dear.
Yeah.
Au revoir, Major North.
Don't forget, Muddy. You will dance for us later. Have you ever seen Muddy dance, Major North?
No, I haven't.
Wait until you see her. What a woman.
She's very beautiful.
Yes, and in dance, sheer genius. Every dance of her own invention. Well, come along, Major. Oh, of course.
Yes, Cornelius.
Of course. I want you to meet my good friend, Major North, Mr. Maddox.
How do you do, Major North?
I'm glad to see you, Mr. Maddox.
Here now, you two get acquainted. I have other guests, you know. Have a good time, Major North.
Yeah, I'm sure I will.
This is your first visit to Singapore, Major North?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. I hope it is not your last.
I hope so, too.
It could be, you know.
What?
Your last visit.
Isn't that up to me?
No.
I think it is.
Then you had better revise your way of thinking.
Oh, now, look, Maddox, I don't get it.
No. We know where you were this afternoon. I advise you not to try it again. Stay away from Melville. Let us still get out of Singapore now. We are not fooling, North.
We? Is that you and Morency?
Never mind. Leave Singapore. If you are here 24 hours from now, you will stay here permanently. You understand?
Yeah, that's quite clear. But may I ask one question?
Go ahead.
Is it true here, Maddox? Is it true that Hitler chews up carpets when he gets mad?
You are a very foolish man, North. I feel sorry for you. Very, very sorry for you.
Well, now, don't let it get you down, Maddox.
Champagne, sir?
Huh? Oh, yeah, thanks.
You're Major North.
Yes?
The gentleman on the terrace wishes to speak to you, sir.
On the terrace?
Yes, the door's across the room.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please, everyone. Mademoiselle Soyou now gives us her newest dance creation.
over here.
Yes?
I'm on the other side of the shrubbery. Stay where you are. I don't want to be seen talking to you.
Who are you?
Kenyon.
Kenyon? Oh, I believe we met this afternoon, didn't we?
I slugged you, but I couldn't take any chances then. Look, I can't talk fast. Melville is to tell me about your offer. That changes everything. Frankly, it's the best we've had. I want him to take it.
Will he?
Well, he's stubborn. He's more of getting clear of that charge than of the money.
Well, tell him I can clear him, Kenyon. I'm sure of it.
I can take it for you to see him tonight.
Where?
Well, I can't tell you that now, but it'll have to be late. Can you meet me at the Red Devil at about 2 o'clock?
Sure. Where is it?
The waterfront. Take a cab, but be careful. You're being taken.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry about that, though. I'll shake him. Look, I think I deserve to know something about my competition. Maddox and Barenzi working together?
Maddox is a Nazi agent. Barenzi is working with him, but he's only interested in profit.
Anybody else?
Abanyev, the Russian. He's working for the Jap.
Jane Buckley?
She's Mike Carpenter's sister. Got some silly idea of getting her brother's name through Melville. Also looking for money from Melville.
Okay, Kenyon, I'll play straight with you. $5 million if you deliver.
Someone's coming. Now go back inside. Remember, the Red Devil, 2 o'clock.
Right. The Red Devil, 2 o'clock.
Some thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I will have some too.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Oh, hello, Mademoiselle Caillou.
Major North, shall we have this on the terrace?
Well, now, why not? You're out?
Thank you.
Oh. Beautiful out here, isn't it?
Oh, yes. You did not see my dance. I had hoped you would.
Well, I'm sorry. I won't miss the next one.
I will not dance again tonight.
Well, there'll be other nights. Won't there?
Do you intend to stay after what I've told you about the danger you are in?
I hate to spoil my vacation.
Vacation? Please do not pretend with me. Major North, leave Singapore now at once. Why do you laugh?
I guess I have a peculiar sense of humor. You know, I'm invited to a party, and I'm not here a half hour, and you're the second person who's told me to get out of town.
Who else?
Your friend, Maddox.
He's no friend of mine. But you see, you must leave, Major North.
Now, look, Mademoiselle, you... Mother? All right. I was going to say I should be rather flattered. Here I am, an ordinary dull army officer, yet people think me important enough to warn me to get out of Singapore, and all I wanted was a nice, quiet vacation.
You know that is not so. Please believe me, leave Singapore now.
Just when I'm getting to know you, honey?
Please do not joke.
Okay, let's quit kidding. You do this sort of thing for Barenzi often?
What do you mean?
Try to scare off people he doesn't like?
Major North, you're not a fool. Listen, I did not tell Barenzi you got the copy of his radiogram. Because I know what he would do. These men, Barenzi and Maddox, are dangerous. If you interfere with their plans...
What do you know about their plans?
All I know is you have made them angry. Major North, you do not know what they're like. I beg you, please leave.
Why are you so interested in what happens to me?
Maybe it is because when we were on the plane, you treated me as if I were a lady.
Oh. Aren't you?
No.
No.
But I admit it. There is a difference, Major North, between me and your friend, Miss Buckley.
Hey, what about her?
She's bad. She's bad for you. She pretends to be the innocent little girl. She's dangerous for you.
How much do you know about her?
Nothing except what I know by looking at her.
Well, she looks all right to me. So do you.
You make fun of me.
Well, now that's curious, Mademoiselle. You know, I keep getting the impression somebody's trying to make fun of me.
Major North, please believe me. Please leave Singapore. Whatever brings you here is very dangerous for you. Believe that. Will you go?
I'm afraid I can't right now.
Then would you be careful? Do not stay at the hotel. Go someplace where they cannot find you.
Any suggestions?
I have a place. No one knows about it. No state in Barenzi. You could go there. I could give you the key tonight. It is number 767 Singapore Road. They would never trace you there.
767 Singapore Road.
Tell me you will go there.
Suppose you tell your boyfriend Barenzi something for me. Tell him it didn't work.
Oh, you fool.
Hurry, baby.
Why can't you understand before it's too late? Why won't you understand?
Listen, baby, I understand. Plenty.
you been?
I was out on the terrace, Jane.
Oh, you remember Mr. O'Banion from the plane?
Oh, of course. Glad to see you, O'Brien.
Major North, a pleasure.
Hugh, what do you think? Mr. O'Banion knew my brother, Mike.
You did?
Yes, met him in Mexico.
Oh.
Fine fellow. He did me a favor once. I'll never forget.
Well, now, that's very interesting. Rather a coincidence, then, you're running into Jane like this.
Isn't it?
I can't get over it, Hugh.
No, neither can I.
Major North, have you decided how long your vacation will keep you in Singapore?
No, not yet, O'Brien.
Oh. Well, I must confess, I shall not be sorry to see you go, Major North.
Why?
Well, when two people are both interested in a third person, it simplifies matters if one is, well, shall we say, eliminated.
Are we interested in the same person, O'Brien?
Look at her.
Oh, this is wonderful. Two charming gentlemen competing for me.
Yes, and North, I usually get what I go after, no matter what the obstacle.
Well, now, I'll make a note of that.
Yes, please do. Well, Jane, my dear, what is the drink I promised you?
Do you mind, Hugh?
I mind very much.
I'll be talking to you later on, North.
Yeah, I'm afraid you will. I'm sure you will. Well, here's your room, Jane. Guess I better say goodnight.
Oh, no, not yet, Hugh. Get inside for a while. Now, sit down. Now, wasn't it a grand party?
Yeah, very interesting.
Especially, Mademoiselle Caillou. You seem to be quite taken with her.
Yeah?
I'd be careful of her, Hugh.
Why?
Well, for one thing, she burnt his girlfriend. And that ought to be enough.
I haven't any designs on her.
Maybe she has some designs on you.
Now, what makes you think so?
Hugh, you know very well she's been playing up to you ever since you met her on the plane.
Well, I'm not interested.
Well, you better not be, or I'll scratch your eyes out. Now, how about a nightcap?
Well, let's make it a pick-me-up in the morning, huh?
Oh, tired, darling?
Yeah, a little.
Well, I thought we'd like to let's go. Oh, Hugh, did you like Mr. O'Brien?
Oh, I shouldn't. You were with him all evening.
He's going to help me, Hugh.
How?
He's going to help me find Leonard's Melville.
Melville?
I haven't told you, but that's why I came to Singapore, to find Melville. Maybe you remember the case, Army officer.
No, I don't think so.
My brother Mike and Melville were accused of selling some papers to the Japs. Mike died before the trial. I want to clear his name, and only Melville can do it.
Oh.
Hugh, do you happen to know, through your Army connections, do you happen to know where Leonard Melville is now?
Me? Oh, I don't have the slightest idea.
But if you should hear anything about Melville, you'd tell me. Wouldn't you?
Well, I don't see why not, but it isn't likely.
Well, just remember it in case. One little nightcap, Hugh?
Breakfast, huh?
All right. Get a good sleep, darling. Good night.
Good night.
You will have to do better than that, my dear.
Oh, Bonnie. Have you been on the balcony all this time?
Of course. I always make it a point to check up on my new employees.
He doesn't know where Melville is.
Because he said that, you believe him? Don't be a fool. Our Japanese employers will expect much more of you than that.
I don't know if I should ever gotten into this.
Why not? You want to make money? You want to clear your brother? Well, perhaps we do both.
I don't want to talk about it now. Will you please go? I'm awfully tired.
You're not going to sleep now, my dear. Change your evening dress. You and I have places to go.
Now, at this hour of the night? Where are we going?
We are going every place your friend Mr. North goes. Get ready.
Yes, master?
Black coffee, please.
No coffee, master. This is Red Devil, in case you make a mistake.
Oh, all right. Then bring me a drink. Scotch.
A scotch, yes, master.
Oh, waiter. Just a minute. Is there a telephone?
Telephone? Oh, you see, master, over near bar.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Operator.
Get me the home of Mr. Taylor of the American Consulate.
1 moment, please.
Yes?
This is North Taylor. I only have a moment. I'm meeting Aunt Agnes in just a little while.
Good.
I had to go the limit on expenses, Taylor. 5.
That's all right. Fine work, North. I'll have the check ready for you first thing in the morning.
See you then, Taylor.
Goodbye, North.
Major North?
Who?
You're, Major North, aren't you?
Oh, you got the wrong party, friend.
No, I don't think so.
Scotch and soda? Shall I pour, please?
Yeah.
Yes, master?
Nothing, thanks.
So sorry, master. To sit at table, order is required.
Get away.
Not permitted to sit at table if... Sorry, master.
Well, that's one nice thing about a police badge. Shuts up waiters. All right, I'm North. What do you want?
The, chap you're going to meet here won't be able to keep that appointment.
No?
No.
Why not?
Well, we picked him up outside the Botanical Gardens half an hour ago. Stabbed. He's dying.
Kenyon?
That's right. There's a kidnapping involved, too.
Where have you got him? I got to talk to him.
That's what he said, too. Told us to get you.
Where is he?
General Hospital.
Was he conscious when you left?
Barely.
Well, I've got to talk to him.
All right. But you may be talking to a dead man.
Well, then come on. Let's get going.
That was the second act of the Singapore Exile Murders starring Roger Pryor, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. Here again, speaking for United States Steel, is George Hicks.
Just 3 weeks ago, on the 1st of July, an American businessman retired. Now, there's nothing unusual in that because every year thousands of Americans retire to enjoy the rewards of their years of work. It's a valuable part of the American way of living. But this man's accomplishments were unusual, and though you may not know his name or be familiar with the companies he headed, you do know some of the many things that he and his companies created. The man is Leon A. Paddock, who started as a draftsman more than 40 years ago and worked his way up to the presidency of the American Bridge Company and the Virginia Bridge Company, members of the United States Steel family. During his years as president, he climaxed his career as an engineer when he led his companies in building structures that have become world famous. The San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, the Chicago Board of Trade building, scores of bridges across the Mississippi, the Chrysler Building, the Empire State Building. These are some of the achievements of the two companies Mr. Paddock headed. There are hundreds of steel structures all over our country and in more than 60 foreign lands that were built by American and Virginia Bridge companies. They've been highly successful in their job of building structures of steel that help make man's life and travel easier. Now, Mr. Paddock has gone into a well-earned retirement, but the companies that he headed go on, building structures of steel to serve all men and living up to their responsibilities as members of the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel.
Now the third act of the Singapore Exile Murders, presented by the United States Steel Corporation, starring Roger Pryor as Major Hugh North.
This is Singapore on the eve of World War II. And in this city of intrigue and mystery, Hugh North, the man from G2, United States Army Intelligence, is racing against time and Jap and Nazi agents to get the secret of a powerful new explosive from a former American Army officer. But now, North's one contact with Leonard Melville, inventor of the new explosive, seems lost. Kenyon, Melville's go-between, lies dying in Singapore General Hospital. Doctor.
Yes?
This is Major North, asked for by the American consulate. Wants to see Kenyon. Is he conscious, sir?
Yes. The man's dying. Could I talk to him? You won't get much sense out of him. Can I try? Why don't you let the poor devil alone? Very important, Doctor. All right. Go ahead. Thank you. Do you mind, Inspector, if I talk to him alone?
Oh, very well, Major.
Kenyon. Kenyon's North.
North? Yes, North. I want to see North.
I'm here, Kenyon. I'm North. They got me. I'm here to talk to you.
I'm done for now.
No, you're not. I talked to the doctor. You're going to be all right.
Lying.
No, it's the truth. Now, you're going to be all right. And you're going to be rich, Kenyon. You're going to have a lot of money.
Money? That's what I want. That's all I want. I give up everything else. Money. Lots of money.
More than you can spend, Kenyon. Now, listen. If you want this money, you've got to help me. Where's Melville? I've got to find him fast. They'll kill him when they get the formula.
Oh, leave me alone.
Kenyon.
I'm tired.
Kenyon, tell me. Where's Melville? Where is he?
Who?
Melville.
Melville?
You took him someplace to hide him, remember? Hurry, Kenyon. There's not much time.
Oh, I'm tired. Leave me alone, please. Leave me alone.
Kenyon. Kenyon, wake up. Just for a minute.
Oh. Am I dying?
Of course you aren't. You'll be all right. The doctor said so. Now listen. You're going to get $5 million. If you'll just stay awake for a minute, $5 million, Kenyon.
$5 million.
Where's Melville? Will you tell me? Hurry, I tell you. There's not much time left.
I took Melville to a hideout. Yes. Went back from the empty park. I was going to meet you at the red tent.
Yes, I was there.
I went back to tell Melville. Got him convinced. No. Told him you could play. He was happy as a kid could. He doesn't want any money. Says if you play him, he doesn't want it. I want money, though.
Where is he coming?
I don't know.
Oh, all right. And then go to sleep. I'll be back.
No. Yes? Come here. Coming back, no? Coming back. Now, go to this new hideout. And two men, yes. Two men broke in. Took us in a car, went in the motor. Took Melville out, took me back. Gasped him. Where did they find me?
Botanical garden.
Thought I was dead, I was. No. Yes. Dying?
You're going to be all right. The doctor said so. Where was this place they took Melville?
$5 million.
That's right. And in all for you. Now, where was this place they took Melville?
I don't know.
Oh, James, you said they put you in a boat.
They put us in a boat. You know what I think?
What?
Maybe it's an island in the bay. Maybe that's another. I don't know.
An island in the bay. All right, Kenyon. I'll find it somehow and I'll go to sleep.
$5 million, no?
If I can get there before they kill Melville, $5 million. I'll go to sleep, Kenyon.
Yes. I'm tired.
Tell me, General.
Yes, Inspector.
Was he able to talk?
No. Delirious.
Strange. Well, I'll be wanting to talk to you about this affair, Major.
Well, I'm awfully tired. How about noon, huh?
Very well. That's your business, sir.
Yeah. I'm at the Malacca State Hotel, Inspector. Call me then.
All right, Major. Good night.
Good night. Driver, take me down to the dock.
Angelo,
What? Maddie, oh, how did you get
I
here?
followed you to warn you. He's more serious now. I just avoid Valenci. They're sending him to get you. You must hide.
Look, girlie, I'm not very bright, but I saw this in a movie once. It won't work.
Please, believe me. Let me help you.
Help me what? Walk into Valenzi's trap? Believe that you're doing all this because you like the way I part my hair? No, honey, you better get back to Valenzi now.
You think it was impossible one could socialize, dating every man. And then meet one who...
You don't expect me to believe you're in love with me, do you? Honey, when you give me those big dark eyes, it's hard not to believe you.
Please believe. I tell you they're coming after you. You must hide. I told you about my place. No one else knows about it. Go there. Here is it. 767 Singapore.
I'm sorry, Molly. Right now, I got a previous engagement.
Oh, you fool.
Look, honey, you're sweet and beautiful, but I'm not a fool. And that's why I'm going to keep this previous engagement.
Is there something more important than staying alive?
Just about. Now, why don't you go home like a good
It will
girl?
kill you. Please, darling.
You do it very well, Marty, but no sale. Now, hey, wait a minute. You really want me to believe you?
Of course.
All right, I'll take a chance. I'm looking for a guy Berenzi's been kidnapped. They took him someplace in a boat. Do you know any place where Berenzi has offshore?
Yes, he has a warehouse. On an island in the bay.
Can you take me there?
Yes.
Well, come on, get in there. Let's get going. Get in the car. Boy, we want to hire your boat.
No can do. Boat busy all night.
What do you mean busy? You're not doing anything now.
Boat busy all night. Gentlemen pay in advance. He say, boat stay here all night.
Where are the men now?
Take other boat. Tell me, stay here.
Listen, I've got to have this boat now.
Oh, no can do, master. No can do.
Look, here's $100. Another 100 when you bring us back.
Oh, can do, can do.
Come on, get in, Monty. We're going out there. Put us in there. At the factory dock.
No one there, master. You have wrong place.
Oh, this is the place.
Stop here.
Can do, master.
Over here, Monty.
Be careful.
Melville. Melville.
Take me down. No, it's not written down at all. It's in my head. I'll never tell you. Go ahead and kill me. I'll never tell you the formula.
It is no use, Mother. We have to try another way.
Yeah, another way. If I do not get it, then nobody shall get it. We do not need it. Germany has plenty of secret weapons.
Drop that gun, Maddox.
No. No, is it you? Did Maddox get you?
No, I got him first. I'm all right, Melville. What about you? Good Lord. Ferenczi. He's dead.
I'm done for, too. Maddox, Nazi agent, couldn't torture formula out of me. Decided to kill me and Ferenczi, too. So no one else could get formula. Look, Doyle, not much time.
You're going to be all right, Melville. I'm going to clear you. You're going to get even with everybody. You're going to be the biggest man in America.
Nice of you, Doyle. Too late. Look in my pocket. A piece of paper. Blank. Take it.
You say it's blank.
Yes. Read it under violet ray light. It'll come out. That's the formula. Take it back. Give it to the United States. Ask. Tell him.
They'll put up a statue to you, Melville. You're a great guy. Now, come on, let's go up. Let's get to a doctor. I got a boat waiting. Melville. Melville. Oh, poor devil. Operator. Operator.
Put down that phone, North. And drop that gun.
For Banyas.
Yes. Major North. Nice to see you again. Jane, our good friend, Major North.
What are you doing here, Jane?
Oh, North, you dirty devil. Bunny told me all about you. Pretending to be my friend and all the time trying to blacken my brother's name.
Oh, so you've gone to work for O'Banyas and the Japs.
What if I had?
They are excellent employers, the Japanese, Major. Most generous. Now, where is Mr. Melville, please?
He's here. But I'm afraid he won't talk to you.
Why won't he talk to me?
Because at present, Mr. Melville.
He said. You're right.
Take a look behind the desk.
North, give me that formula.
There isn't any. Maddox was trying to torture it out of Melville. Couldn't, so he killed him. Ferenczi for good measure. The idea being, O'Banyas, that if the Nazis couldn't have the formula, nobody would have it.
James, catch him.
All right.
Like your work, Jane?
He hasn't got a gun. Just get him in. There's some paper in his pocket.
Give it here. Blank paper. Well, that's the fact. Nobody wins, nobody loses.
Listen, could be coming.
In here, Marty.
Yes.
Yes, I'm all right, Marty.
Oh, it's you?
Good evening, Mademoiselle Sayou. Come along, James. Nod, can we give you and your lovely friend a lift? I have a boat.
No, go ahead. I think I better call the police.
As you wish. Goodbye, Major Nod. Perhaps we shall meet again.
Perhaps.
I'm sorry. I was only trying to clean myself.
I hope you'll be very happy in your new work, James.
Come, James. Let's get out of here.
Operator,
I want to get Mr. Taylor, the American consulate, at home.
1 moment, please.
So, Marty, would you hand me that paper Mr. O'Daniel threw on the floor?
Please?
Yeah, that's right.
Please. It's mine.
I'll take it anyway.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Taylor. No.
Good Lord, where have you been? Washington is raging the devil. No, this is serious. You've got... No, are you...
Look, Taylor, tell Washington it's all over. Aunt Agnes gave me the thing for nothing just before she died.
Oh, North, you mean?
Yes, the case is closed, Taylor. Tell them to earmark that $5 million for a memorial to Leonard Melville.
Boy, North, good boy.
Thanks, Taylor. How fast can I get out of town?
Let's see. There's a destroyer leaving sometime during the morning. Go on it.
All right, fix it, will you?
Delighted to. But look, old man, I haven't seen a bit of you. How about dropping out to my place for a spot before you go? You've got 5 or 6 hours.
No, I'm sorry, I can't. I'll see you on the next trip, Taylor.
All right, then. I'll have the Navy people pick you up at the Malacca Straits Hotel.
No, I won't be there. I made a mistake about something, Taylor, and I got just about time enough to correct it. You got a pencil there?
Yes?
Well, then tell the Navy people to pick me up at 767 Singapore Road.
You have been listening to Roger Pryor as Major Hugh North in Van Wyck Mason's The Singapore Exile Murders on United States Steel's Hour of Mystery. With Mr. Pryor tonight were Alexander Scorby as narrator, Donna Keyes as Madde, Joan Allison as Jean, Herbert Hayes as Taylor, Ted Jewett as Darency, Harold Young as Kenyon, Vincent Hayworth as Melville, Robert Dryden as Maddox, Arthur Cole as your Daniel, John Moore as the inspector, Guy Spall as the doctor, and Michael O'Day as the judge. And now, here is Roger Pryor again.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Hour of Mystery has brought you a story about adventure and danger in Singapore. We hope you enjoyed it. But danger in real life right here in America is not enjoyable. Not when thousands of Americans are killed every year and hundreds of thousands more are injured. I'm speaking of the constant danger of serious accidents on our American farms. According to National Safety Council estimates, accidents will kill over 19,000 farm people this year, and 1,800,000 more will be seriously injured. That makes farming more dangerous than any other occupation. And that's why this week has been proclaimed National Farm Safety Week, a week devoted to eliminating the causes of farm accidents. So, if you live on a farm, get rid of the things which might cause you to have an accident. Be especially careful where there's danger of falling, the things that might burn you, and with machinery and livestock. Eliminate all the dangers you can, and learn to be especially careful with the hazards you can't eliminate. Don't take even a little chance. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Steel Corporation invites you to hear Fred Allen in the Theater Guild on the Air production of Rip Van Winkle. Any similarity to Washington Irving's original is surely accidental. Today, everywhere you are served by products of steel. At home, in your business, and when you travel. The trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. And now, here is Roger Pryor speaking for the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers.
Thank you, Norman Brokenshire, and good evening, everyone. For the holidays, we bring Fred Allen and the Theater Guild together in Rip Van Winkle, or Stop the Drama, an original program by Frank Gabrielson, which you could describe as a travesty of Rip Van Winkle, or Allen's Once Over Lightly. Kenny Delmar plays Hendrik Hudson. As Axel Menander, the director, you'll hear Arthur Margetson. Mary Wicks is Miss Dimmick, and Billy Lynn of the Theater Guild stage success The Silver Whistle will be heard as Mr. Horner. Our version of Rip Van Winkle is a play within a play. Some of the action takes place in an old Dutch-American village. Some more of it happens in the Catskill Mountains. But our story really begins right here at the Vanderbilt Theater at the stage door. It was a few days ago, just before our first rehearsal. A determined-looking chap was trying to open the stage door, and the doorman was saying,
You can't come in, I said. Backstage is for actors.
Now, look, Pop, I am not here trying to collect autographs. I'm the star of this week's program.
The star?
I'm going to play Rip Van Winkle. Well, I hope it's that funny when I get on the air.
Good morning, Eddie. What's so funny?
Oh, hello, Mr. Pryor. This creep says he's going to be the star of our show this week.
Why, it's Fred Allen.
Hello, Roger.
Fred, what are you doing on the show? Alfred Lunt was supposed to play Rip.
Well, as I've been trying to tell this old chap here, something happened to Alfred Lunt, and they sent me over to play Rip Van Winkle.
Oh, swell. Why didn't you explain it to me, sir?
Oh, it's too late to be civil now. You had your chance.
Here, now, let me open the door wide.
Nothing will help.
I didn't know you played dramatic parts, Fred.
Dramatic parts, Roger. Anybody can play Rip Van Winkle.
Well, you think you can do it?
Well, why not? All the star has to do is fall asleep. And I brought a couple of sleeping pills in case I'm not in the mood.
Well, I wonder what happened to Alfred Lunt.
You know something, Roger? I imagine that he turned down the part. You know, with all the shows that he's in, Alfred Lunt gets a percentage. Now, why should he play a part where he sleeps all through the play? With his eyes closed, Lunt can't count the house. With me, I have to play it.
You have to play it?
It's my lawyer's fault, Roger. Do you know, by any chance, in the legal profession, do you know Amos Torts?
Oh, yes. Amos is the Theater Guild lawyer.
Oh, well, Torts is everybody's lawyer. He's the only lawyer I know who will even plead a case on the goodwill court. You know, if it wasn't for Torts, I wouldn't be here.
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Well, it all started a few weeks ago, Roger. Torts asked me to come over to his office. As I came in the door, I heard Amos on the telephone.
Yes, R.H. Right, R.H. There's only one thing to do, R.H. We'll sue. Okay, R.H.
Well, Amos?
I'm sorry to hold you up, Fred. That was my client, R.H. Macy.
R.H. Macy? Well, Amos, you...
Excuse me, Fred. Yes, Bernard. Right, Bernard. There's only one thing to do, Bernard. We'll sue. Yes. Okay, Bernard. My client, Bernard Gimble.
Oh, really? Well, who are Macy and Gimble going to sue?
Each other.
But you represent both clients, Amos. How can you sue yourself?
I have a split personality.
Amos, you sent for me.
Yes, Fred. I've been going over your accounts. I must caution you that you are a spendthrift.
Amos, for your information, I am no spendthrift. I am tighter than the top olive in a bottle.
You made a lot of money last year, but you didn't keep much.
Amos, I didn't hide the money in a pumpkin. I give you my word. Most of the money went for taxes.
Fred, I can show you how you can make more money than you ever dreamed of.
How, Amos?
Do what some of the smart comedians are doing. I can sell your program outright to the Equitable Broadcasting Network. They'll pay millions for you, Fred. And think of it. You won't have to play opposite those programs giving away iceboxes.
Oh, say that. Well, you mean you could get me one of those deals? Well, if you can get a big enough price, Amos, I'll retire.
No, Fred. If your program is sold to another network, your services will have to be included.
Yeah?
Now, have I your permission to go ahead?
Amos, you see what you can do. I'll go over and tell the Chase National Bank to stand by. Well, all my life, Roger, I've heard that money is the root of all evil.
And all my life I've been trying to get enough of the root together to put that theory to the test. Well, you can imagine how I felt a few days later when the phone rang and Amos Torch said,
Fred?
Yes, Amos?
Congratulate me, Fred. I have just sold you to the Equitable Broadcasting Company for $6 million.
$6 million. Think of it, Roger. And I could keep 75%. Why, I had so much money, I not only bought Portland a television set, I got her 4 bartenders to go with it. Well, the next month, my program switched over to the Equitable Network. Everything was going fine. And then one day, the vice president in charge of programs sent for me. As I came into his office, he said,
Alan?
Yes, Mr. Dead Air?
I want to talk to you.
Well, I didn't know you vice presidents could talk. I always thought you sent memos, you boy.
Don't be funny, Alan. You can't push vice presidents around on this network.
Well, what is on your executive mind, Mr. Dead Air?
Alan, I'm not satisfied with your work.
Well, my program is the same as it's always been. Same structure, same stooges. I'm even telling the same jokes.
Alan, do you know how many hours there are in a day?
24.
Do you know how many days there are in a week?
Well, I did know. I heard some housewife win $8,000 for answering that question on a quiz show the other day. Break the Sponsor, I think, was the name of the program.
I repeat, Alan, don't be funny. How many days in a week?
Well, this woman said 7. And for that, she got a lifetime supply of Venetian blinds.
Now then, do you know how many hours that is in a week?
Say, you know, that was the giant jackpot question. 168 hours.
And do you realize that out of those 168 hours, you were on the air only 13 minutes?
A little of me goes a long way, Mr. Dead Air.
The Equitable Broadcasting Company paid $6 million for you, Ellen, and we intend to get our money's worth.
Oh, you mean you want me to do another program?
Not one other program, Ellen.
Oh.
Several other programs. We're going to keep you busy.
Well, in rebuttal, Mr. Dead Air, may I say to you, sir, here now in your executive presence, that you cannot make me work if I don't want to?
Have you read your contract?
All but the fine print. Fine print gives me a headache. My lawyer explained everything to me.
I'm afraid he brushed over a few things. I'll read this clause. Where's my magnifying glass?
Right there, next to your aspirin, right there.
Yes, here it is. The party of the first part, that's you, grants the party of the second part, that's us, full and entire use of his services, professional and personal, now and forever. In other words, you belong to the Equitable Broadcasting Company.
You mean that I'm a slave?
For $6 million, the Equitable Broadcasting Company is going to get something.
Oh, there's some mistake here, Mr. Dead Air. Get Taft or Hartley. Get my lawyer. Call Amos Torch.
It's no use, Ellen. Amos Torch is our lawyer, too.
Then you can take your money back, sir. You can send the truck in the morning. I'll have the money piled up in front of the house.
We don't want your money, Alan. We'll make more money out of you.
Yeah, this is terrible. You should try a little Duz on that laugh, sir. This is terrible. What am I going to do?
You can start getting to bed early.
Yeah.
Arthur Godfrey's giving up that early morning spot, and we're putting you in there.
Now, wait a minute. No. Mr. Dead Air, wait. Oh, mister, I can't get up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I'll make it easy for you. I'll make you an all-night disc jockey, and then you'll be up.
So that's my story, Roger. There are 168 hours in a week, and I am working all of them.
And they sent you over here to take Alfred Lunt's place today.
Roger, they send me every place. I just finished barking on Bulldog Drummond's program. I hold the pail on the Milkman's matinee. And I go around with a blotter after the ink spots. When the mystery chef finishes cooking a dish, I solve the mystery.
But, Fred, I think you'll enjoy working with the Theater Guild. The Guild is the foremost theatrical organization in the country.
Roger, that is what worries me. With the plays the Guild puts on, they are authorities on sleep. Now, when they see When they see me as Rip Van Winkle...
Oh, you can't miss. Axel Menander is the program director.
Menander?
Yeah, he's also one of the heads of the Theater Guild.
Don't tell me the Theater Guild has two heads.
No, I don't see.
Yeah, here comes Menander now.
This is Menander.
Other people get garbo. Why can't we?
She just won't do radio, Mr. Menander.
Nonsense. The stage, the cinema, the wireless, all drama. Garbo can do one, she can do the other. Wire her to that effect, Mr. Dimmick.
Yes, Mr. Menander.
Now then, where's our star for today?
I'm right here, Mr. Menander.
You're not Alfred Lunt.
Mr. Menander.
Yes, Dimmick.
We couldn't get Lunt, remember?
Oh, yes. Then who's this seedy-looking mummer?
He's Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? To play Rip Van Winkle?
Mr. Menander, he's the only one we could get. We scraped the barrel on this part.
And you certainly reached bottom.
Oh, careful. He might be able to hear, and if we lose him, there just isn't anybody.
Well, Fred, it certainly is nice to have you with us.
And it's nice to be here, Mr. Menander.
Since the death of Joseph Jefferson, I've always maintained that you're the one person who can play Rip Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Menander.
I expect great things of you, Fred.
I expect the God of truth to strike me dead. I expect United States Steel, the industrial family that serves the nation, to break their contract.
Did you say something, sir?
I said only that I expected great things of you, Fred. You'll play the part beautifully.
If you can play anything with that face and that voice that sounds like somebody chewing slate pencil.
What did you say, sir?
I said you play this part beautifully.
No, I mean after that, sir.
Look here, have you been listening to my asides?
Your what?
Asides, my boy. The Theatre Guild once produced a play of Eugene O'Neill's called Strange Interlude. In it, O'Neill employed an antique dramatic device known as the aside. A character speaks his thoughts, but none of the other characters can hear him. Many of us at the Theatre Guild have adopted it in our personal lives.
Oh, I see.
Now, do you understand?
Though heaven knows what understanding can penetrate that moronic brow.
I think I understand.
Or do I?
Menander's nuts. Only an insane man would go around repeating his thoughts out loud. I wonder if all of the people at the Theatre Guild go around talking to themselves. I wouldn't be surprised.
Mr. Dick, are we ready? Well, let's get to Rip Van Winkle.
The cast is all here, Mr. Menander.
Well, where's our author? Where's GBS?
GBS? Gosh, GBS. Did he write this script?
Well, GBS writes most of the Theatre Guild scripts.
Gad, this is an honor. Starring in a play by GBS.
Well, here's GBS now.
Oh.
Well, howdy, Axel. GBS, I'd like you to meet our star, Fred Allen.
It's a real honor, sir.
Fred, this is our author, GBS, Galveston B. Sumac.
Galveston B. Galveston, the GBS. What does the B stand for, Mr. Sumac?
Beethoven.
Oh.
Oh, but I never use it. I don't want to get my reputation on another man's name. Plain old GBS is good enough for me.
Well, GBS, have you been writing long?
Yeah, been writing since before I could read.
Oh, say.
Wasn't old enough to walk hardly before they found me scribbling on our parlor walls. All I needed was a wall and an idea, and there was no holding me. One day, a paper hanger happened to take a look at my childish scrawls on the wall. Tall. Them was poems.
Well, has your house ever been published, GBS?
No, not that one at Galveston.
Well, tell me, don't you ever write on paper?
Could never get used to paper.
Say.
Wall somehow inspired me. I'll never forget that ranch we had on the Panhandle. My first published story there. Covered all the walls of the bunkhouse, inside, and the doors on the outside.
Well, how did you get your story published? You mail in the bunkhouse?
I hate to butt in, GBS, but we've got to get on with our rehearsal. Now, get set, everybody. All right, Roger. Give us the opening line.
The story of Rip Van Winkle.
Music, Louis. Hold it. Stop. Louis.
Yes, Mr. Menander?
This is the story of Rip Van Winkle. What is that barnyard music you're playing?
Well, the Guild always insists on music that fits the play.
That is our tradition, yes.
Well, I read Rip Van Winkle. Most of the story takes place in the Catskill Mountains. This music just fits.
This foul symphony?
Well, she'll be coming round the mountain. You see, for Rip, we can change it to he'll be coming round the mountain.
Ridiculous, Louis. Now, picture Rip. He's up there in the Catskills overlooking the Hudson.
The river. I gotcha.
Let's try it again.
Okay. Let's go, boys. 1, 2...
Louis.
Something wrong, Mr. Menander?
What is that brassy gem?
Anchors away. It fits in with the river.
Louis, this is Rip Van Winkle, not Mr. Roberts. The story concerns Rip's adventures with a band of Dutch settlers in the hills.
Oh, Dutch. Oh, okay, boys.
Hold it. Stop the music.
Yes, Mr. Menander.
Louis.
Yes, Mr. Menander.
Forget Rip Van Winkle. Forget the Theater Guild. The story takes place in the 18th century. Play anything.
I'll improvise.
Where the Catskill Mountains are the greenest, and the lordly Hudson is most blue, a little village lies. And in the year 1770, there lived here a simple, good-natured rustic by the name of Rip Van Winkle. And now, if we listen carefully, we discover Rip in his cornfield, working.
Stop.
Hold it, everybody. Now we'll hear from the genius of the advertising agency. This is Mr. Horner, everybody.
I'm sorry to interrupt that soon.
But it'd be more convenient if you'd wait till after rehearsal.
It would normally, but this is basic.
Well?
Fred, does that snoring mean that you were supposed to be asleep?
Well, that's what the script says, Mr. Horner.
Fred, this is basic. We're doing an American classic, and it's un-American to have the hero a lazy man.
Well, that's what it says in the story. That's the story.
Well, he can't be lazy.
Now, just a moment. I'm the director. I have something to say here. Rip was not lazy.
He fell asleep in the field.
Do you think for a moment that the Theater Guild would have the slightest interest in Rip Van Winkle if it was simply the portrait of a lazy man?
If he's not lazy, what is he? What is he?
He's neurotic. Obviously neurotic.
That's worse than being lazy. How do you think the client would like it if we did an American classic and the hero is out of his mind?
Being neurotic is not being insane. I happen to be neurotic myself.
You see?
Say, I have a suggestion, gentlemen.
Well?
Why don't we play Rip as a lazy neurotic, but at the same time make him level-headed and full of go? That's good blend, though.
Yes.
It can't start out with him asleep in the cornfield.
Well, suppose he's asleep at a table in front of the tavern.
You mean he's drunk?
Falstaff drinks.
Falstaff's not the hero of an American classic.
Mr. Horner, this all happened in 1770. Rip wasn't even a citizen then.
A foreigner, huh? Well, in that case, you can do anything you like with him.
I can sleep at the opening.
You can drop dead at the opening.
Let's start once again, lads.
Where the Catskill Mountains are the greenest, and the lordly Hudson is most blue, a little village lies. And in the year 1770, there lived here a simple, good-natured fellow by the name of Rip Van Winkle. And now, if you listen carefully, we discover Rip in his cornfield, working.
You call that a snore, Mr. Allen?
As snores go, I thought it was a gem.
Well, it won't do for the guild.
Well, what's the matter with it?
I want a snore with expression in it.
Oh.
Now, if Alfred Luntz was snoring at that microphone, it would be it would be too beautiful to bear.
Yes?
He'd make us think of little children drowsing over their toys.
Yes?
Or murderers haunted by their dreams. And of great whales asleep at sea.
Great whales.
Now you try it. No. Try for an organ tone.
An organ tone. I shall open my diapason.
No. I want a snore, not a dive bomber.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was using both nostrils. I'll cut down to one nostril. How was that?
No, you aren't breathing right. That's what the trouble is.
Well, there's only one way to breathe, in and out.
No, you aren't characterizing, Mr. Allen.
No.
From your snore, I want to know the kind of man Rip is.
Yes?
I want to know everything about him. to know that he has his joys and his sorrows, his ecstasies. Yes. This isn't just a snore, Fred.
No.
This is the triumphant song of the brotherhood of man. This is what you have in common with your radio audience.
I see what you mean, Mr. Manal.
Good. Now, let's start our rehearsal. And go right through, shall we? Stand by, Roger. Music. Louis.
Where the Catskill Mountains are the greenest, and the lordly Hudson is most blue, a little village lies.
No, hurry it up, Roger. We've heard this.
Oh, and in the year 1770, there lived here a simple, good-natured fellow by the name of Rip Van Winkle. Now, if we listen carefully, we discover Rip in his cornfield working.
Fly, Rip, fly. Thus wouldst thou weed. Up, dullard.
Hold, wife.
I should hold thou sleeping, everlastingly sleeping.
Why dost thou sleep at midday, father?
Art thou ill, mine father?
I am not ill, children, nor do I sleep if.
Why art thou not working like the other men of our village?
Because, O son of my loins, I am thinking.
Well, what dost thou think about, sweet father?
About a new way to catch the running deer. Then we shall never want for meat.
Could talk be eaten, we'd all be fat. Sleep and prattle is thy whole life, and all the while we go hungry and in rags. Hast thou no pride?
Pride is a sin before the Almighty, Dame Winkle.
I'd rather have thee a sinner then than what thou art. A lazy, useless, shiftless, idle good for nothing. Up, I say.
Aye, aye, Dame Winkle.
Oh, and to think I could have been the wife of the burgomaster Van Camp, the richest man in the village, and on the Sabbath I should have ridden forth to church in a gleaming carriage with red wheels.
Someday we shall have a carriage.
Wilt we, father? Oh, joy. Oh, joy.
Stop filling thy children's heads with foolish fancies. Get up and attend to thy labors.
In but a moment, Dame Winkle.
Oh, Rip, you try me sore. I have half a mind to beat thee.
Oh, oucheth, 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 oucheth. I'm glad thou hast but half a mind for it. A whole one would be my death. Oh, that hurteth. Oucheth, oucheth.
Then do as I tell thee now. I have a task for thee, if thy strength is up to it.
What is it? My strength is up to it. What is it, Dame?
Take thy small son into the village. I want Burgomaster Van Camp, who, as everyone knows, is also the village barber, to shear our son's overflowing lock.
Thou meanst thou wouldst his hair cut?
Even so. And if thou so much as touch thy foot inside the tavern door, thou'lt hear from me.
I dare say, Dame.
Cease loitering, then. Go and take that mangy dog of yours along with thee. His scent offends me.
Come, my son. Come, my dog.
Oh, good father.
Yes, thou urchin in my own image.
Mother saith that if thou spend half the time in church thou dost in the tavern, thou wouldst be a greater saint than any.
Thy mother hath a long tongue.
Look, there is the tavern now, father.
Why, so it is, son.
I knew not this was the way to Burgomaster's Van Camp, who, as everyone knows, is also the village barber.
Methought the walk more pleasant this way, son.
Oh, it would distress mother should she learn we walked thus past the tavern.
We are not yet past it, son.
Well, for thy sake, father, I hope that mother learneth not we cameth this way.
Who would possibly spread such a tale as that?
I have need of a new book of maxims, father.
Pray for it, son.
Greetings, Paul Van Winkle.
Oh, look, father. There in his new carriage is Burgomaster Van Camp.
Who, as everyone knows, is also the village barber.
Oh, joy! Oh, joy!
What? Now, wait a minute. Oh, well, no, Menanda, look.
What are you stopping for, Fred?
I just want to get out from under this bare covey of adjectives for a while here.
Yes, you do seem to be having a bit of trouble with the words.
Trouble isn't... This is not exactly Noel Coward dialogue, I must say.
Well, Fred, what I was after was the savor and the aroma of the period.
GBS, I think you have trapped the aroma.
Alfred Lunt would just breeze through a part like this, Fred.
I can see why he'd want to hurry through it.
Well, see if you can't get a bit more of a classic manner in the paying.
Classic manner. This story starts off like a long epitaph.
Yeah, and how would you write it, Mr. Allen?
Well, look at GBS. Look at this opening speech of Dame Winkles. Look at this. Fie, rip, fie. Thus wouldst thou weed up dullard. Now, wouldn't it be a lot simpler if she just said, get up, you rat?
Hardly 18th century, Fred.
Well, neither am I.
Well, now, just how would you tell Rip Van Winkle, Mr. Allen?
Well, I wouldn't change it much.
All right. Well, how would you do it?
Well, excuse me. Before we start, Mr. Menander, there was a phone call for you from the Equitable Broadcasting Company, Mr. O.O. Dead Air.
What did he want, Miss Dimmock?
Well, he said not to let Mr. Allen go when the rehearsal was over until the men from the broadcasting company came to pick him up. They'll give you a receipt for him.
Must you bother me with this trivia? So let's get on with your idea, Fred.
Well, that's impossible just now, Mr. Menander. I've noticed here with a message from United States Steel is Norman Brokenshire.
Pause now for station identification. This is KECA, AM and FM, Los Angeles.
You are listening to the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of Rip Van Winkle, starring Fred Allen as Rip and featuring Kenny Delmar as Torch, Arthur Margetson as Menander, Mary Wicks as Dimmock, and Billy Lynn as Mr. Horner. Fred Allen, who has become the exclusive property of the Equitable Broadcasting Company because he failed to read his contract properly, has been rented to the Theater Guild on the air for a performance of Rip Van Winkle. A rehearsal for the play is now going on, which, when you consider the circumstances, certainly needs it.
Now then, Fred, you were about to tell us your version of Rip Van Winkle.
Well, Mr. Menander, I'd have it start out the same way that it starts now, you see. An old Dutch village. Only this Dutch village got big. It's New York City. The time is 1928. And in the Bronx flat live Rip Van Winkle, his wife, and their 2 children.
Where's your pa, Judy?
Kitchen.
Doing what?
Working.
Working.
Cross my heart and hope to die more. Working.
Is he fixing the stove like he's been promising for the last year and a half?
No, he's working on his mousetrap. That one he's inventing.
That.
He's working hard, Ma. He's got it set in front of a hole, and he's waiting for it to go off.
Wake up, you lazy bum.
I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm thinking.
Look who's thinking.
It's just a question of getting the bugs out of my mousetrap.
Anybody who baits a trap with cheese in a New York apartment is going to get bugs. Why don't you get up on your big feet and go out and look for a job like other men?
Can't you just be patient until I perfect my mousetrap?
Your own son needs shoes.
Oh,
Judy needs undershirts. The rent ain't paid. And all you can think about is catching some defenseless mouse. What kind of a man are you that you get so much fun out of picking on mice that never done nothing to you? Hey, you know what you are?
What?
You're a neurotic.
Yeah?
I read about your kind. You're a neurotic.
What's wrong with trying to build the best mousetrap in the world?
Arguing your mousetrap.
Oh.
My old steady Harold Van Camp not only owns his own barber shop, but he just bought an almost brand new stud cat.
Oh, I wish we had a car, Daddy.
Someday we'll have 2 cars, Judy. If my mousetrap doesn't do it, Coolidge Prosperity will.
Say, does it ever occur to you that I could have married Mr. Harold Van Camp?
It occurs to me daily on the hour.
If you just find a job, Mr. Rip Van Winkle, maybe your family could ride around an almost brand new stuffed bear cat.
I'll find a job soon.
You'll go looking right this minute. You go to the employment agency and you go right now. You hear me?
All right.
And while you're there, you can take Junior to Harold Van Camp's barber shop next door. Junior's got to speak a piece in Sunday school, and I don't want him looking like a fiddler. He's out front playing.
At the moment, I do not happen to have the money for Junior's haircut.
Oh, ain't that a surprise, Mr. Rockefeller? Well, here's the 60 cents, and don't let me catch you losing it.
Could I maybe have a nickel extra for a cigar?
You could not.
A stogie?
And take that lazy dog of yours with you when you go. He smells.
Well, you just wait until I finish my mousetrap. The world will beat a path to our door.
Oh, when the world beats a path to our door. Who'll keep it shoveled in the wintertime?
Junior will. Come on, Wolf. Come on, boy. We next discover Rip Van Winkle walking along a Bronx street with his dog Wolf and his son Junior.
Boy, I'll be glad when I'm as big as you, Pa.
Proud of your father, eh, Junior?
You're kidding. But when I'm your size, I just like to see you make me get my hair cut.
Stop, Junior.
Huh?
Junior, don't move.
What's Wolf doing?
Acting like a well-trained English setter should. Wolf's pointing.
It ain't polite to point. Point at what?
You see that gentleman with the big black cigar?
Yeah? Oh, now he's trying a cigar away.
So he is. Fetch, Wolf. Fetch, boy.
Like that. He's picking up the cigar, Pa.
See how gently he does it so the cigar won't be harmed? What form?
I like that. He's barking with a lit cigar in his mouth. That ain't easy. Oh, now he's bringing it back to us.
Retrieve is the proper term, Junior. Wolf is a bird dog.
The cigar must be a white owl, huh? He's laying it right in your hand and still lighted.
Blood tells every time, Junior. Good dog, Wolf. Good dog,
Oh,
Wolf.
you know, you taught him to snipe butts.
A poor man has to be resourceful, Junior.
Boy, wait till I tell the kids about this.
I think it may be better if you don't tell anyone about this, Junior. Your mother might think it was undignified.
Yeah, well, give me a dime or I tell her.
Well, I haven't a dime.
Okay, a nickel then.
I'm your father, Junior. I haven't got a nickel.
Okay, I'm gonna tell Ma, that's all. I'm gonna tell Ma. I'm gonna tell Ma, that's all.
Junior, I'll make a deal with you.
What?
Don't tell your mother, and I'll let you smoke half of the cigar. Well, let's go. Come on, Wolf. Ah, nice, Wolf.
Hey, Pa, what's a speakeasy?
A speakeasy? Junior, a speakeasy?
Well, you ought to know. Ma says you're the reason they have them.
Well, that's your mother. She's as funny as a mortician's acquaintance.
Yeah, but what's a speakeasy?
Well, you might call it an adult soda fountain.
Gee, I wish I could go to one sometime.
I would like to satisfy your curiosity, Junior, but we only have 60 cents, and that 60 cents is earmarked for your haircut.
Well, could we just walk in, want to look? We wouldn't have to buy a soda.
Stop, Junior. You make me thirsty talking about sodas.
I want to go to a speakeasy, Pa.
Come on, come on, then. How can I deny a little child's tears? Hello, Hugo.
What are you doing with that kid in my speakeasy? It's illegal.
This urchin happens to be my son, Rip Jr.
Son or no son, I ain't giving you credit today.
We're only here to look around, Hugo.
No credit.
By the way, Hugo, did you ever hear Wolf and me sing our duet? How dry I am, how dry I am.
I bought you the last free drink I'm ever going to buy you for singing. Hard-hearted Hugo. Cash on the bar.
I want some moxie, Pa.
You can't have it.
I want moxie.
Then you should keep your hair from growing. We need this 60 cents to give to that Harold Van Camp so he can ride around in his Stutz Bearcat.
I don't want a haircut. I want moxie.
No credit.
Not even for moxie, Hugo?
I'm not giving you nothing today.
I don't want much, Hugo.
I'm giving you nothing, I said.
Not even the lend of a pair of scissors, Hugo?
Well, here's a scissors, then.
Come here, Junior.
What are you going to do, Pa?
Take off your beret, Junior.
My boy's hair.
That Van Camp just ain't much of a barber, that's all.
Harold cut them chunks out?
You know, I think his fingers are still cramped from driving his Stutz.
Oh, how could you let Mr. Van Camp do such a thing, Junior?
Well, Pa was there, too.
Oh, ain't you going to be a sight in Sunday school? It don't even look like a haircut. Looks like he put his head in a pencil sharpener.
Let us be thankful for small favors, wife. He still has his ears.
And to think that Harold Van Camp could do this to me after what him and me was to each other.
Come in, come in.
This is one place I'm going to sell a ticket to the Barber's Picnic, or my name ain't Harold Van Camp.
Oh, hello, Harold. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Van Camp.
Mr. Van Camp, she says, but no kidding. What a picnic. Next Sunday at the old Barber's home in the Catskill Mountains. It's for the benefit of the Barber's Fund. But we won't clip you much.
Some nerve you got to talk about Barber's benefits after what you done to Junior.
I done?
Look at my poor boy.
What, he get run over?
Don't play dumb with me. You cut his hair and I'm going to sue.
Oh, no, I didn't cut the kid's hair. Holy cow, I'd do a better job than that with my grandmother's false teeth.
Well, who done it then?
Well, it wasn't no barber. If you ask me, it wasn't even a man. Looks more like a baboon went crazy with the hedge clippers.
A baboon, huh? I know somebody that description fits to a T. Rip?
Yes, dame?
What do you got to say for yourself?
Me?
You, Mr. No Good.
Well,
What's that, a fire?
it's my mousetrap. It works.
Hey, Pa! Pa, Wolf sat on the mousetrap again.
So the following Sunday finds Rip Van Winkle at the old Barber's Picnic.
Hold it. Hold everything a minute, please.
Oh, now what, Horner?
Oh, we can't have all this stuff about Barber's benefits, Fred.
But barbers have to have benefits, Mr. Horner. When a barber gets old, what has he got? 2 or 3 tons of old hair. What can a barber do with old hair? Sit around and part it?
I'm talking about this Van Camp being a barber.
Oh.
He's your heavy, isn't he? He's the villain.
Yes, he's the villain, that's right.
Then he can't be a barber. There's no way to treat a sponsor who makes steel. What do you think they make razors out of? Bubble gum?
Oh, I see your point, Mr. Horner. This is a problem. If we offend school teachers, the bottom will drop out of the pinpoint market. Full of brush men are in constant contact with metal doorbells. A playboy might even own stock in the company. Say, how about this?
What, Fred?
Harold Van Camp, a non-entity.
That's it, Fred. A non-entity. A perfect radio character.
Shall we continue, gentlemen? So the following Sunday finds Rip Van Winkle at the old non-entity's picnic. Everybody who is nobody is there. And Rip is having the time of his life.
I'll wake up, can't you?
I will wait.
Some man you are. You can't even come to the Catskill Mountains for a day of rest and relaxation without falling asleep.
Where's Wolf?
He's running around someplace. I hope he's lost. Serves you right for bringing him.
I better take a look around. Here, Wolf. Here, Wolf. Wolf.
If you're going to look for him, get up and look. Don't just lay there and yell.
What's the matter, Judy?
I'm scared something's happened to Wolf.
Oh, he's just off hunting a rabbit or something.
But I heard him barking up on the side of that big mountain there.
Well, don't worry. Wolf won't fall off.
But that mountain's haunted. It's what, Judy? It's haunted. One of the old men who lives here told me so. Some kind of awful things live up on top of the mountain. And they come out whenever it thunders. They're out now.
Ain't you ashamed of yourself, Rip Van Winkle? Here's your own daughter crying her heart out and you ain't stirring a step. Get that door.
Here, Wolf. Here, Wolf.
Oh,
Wolf.
get up and look for him like a man.
All right, I will.
Oh, be careful of those awful things up on the mountain, Pa.
Judy, after the years I've spent with your mother, there's nothing I can meet up in the mountain that can frighten me. Wolf, where are you, Wolf? There you are, you runaway. Come here. What's the idea, making me chase all the way up this mountain after you, huh? What was that again? Oh, all right. But don't let it happen again. Now, let's see. Which way do we go? A fine nose you've got for a hunting dog. You must have a sinus condition. Every time I follow you, we come out higher up on the mountain. We're lost, Wolf, and it's your fault. It's getting dark, too. The wife ain't gonna like this. This place gives me the creeps. One of the old men at the nonentity's home said it was haunted. What's the matter, Wolf? Wolf, you hear something? Take it easy, boy. Wolf, come back here. Wolf! What do you suppose scared him?
Methinks we did, Mynheer.
Where did you two guys come from? I don't know what's so funny, except those clothes you two are wearing, those baggy breeches, those buckles on your shoes. What are you trying to look like, old Dutch cleanser?
Thou wilt come with us, Mynheer?
Oh, no. You two guys are midgets. Don't give me any of your small talk.
Thou wilt come, we said, Mynheer. The commander is waiting.
All 9 pins, a strike.
Commander Hudson, Mynheer.
Why dost thou bother me at my game?
We found this upon the mountainside, Mynheer, Commander.
What is it, an aborigine?
I am not an aborigine. I'm from the Bronx.
Thou art a reckless man to break in upon the privacy of Henrik Hudson.
Hudson? You're named after the river down below there?
The river is named for me, Mynheer Fool. Look there, my noble Hudson. It is mine. I found it. And here upon this mountain top I keep everlasting vigil, watching it.
Well, sounds like steady work, a river watcher.
Canst thou visualize the beauty that lay there when I first sailed my ship, the half moon on it? It was fit to water the tree of paradise. And now upon its noble palisades, amusement parks. Upon its green banks, signboards for liver pills. And on the breast of its moonlit waters, the Weehawken Ferry. You have desecrated mine river, Mynheer.
Not me. I never even went wading in it, Commander.
You are a modern man, Mynheer. You spend your life destroying beauty, and therefore I shall destroy you.
Well, let's not be too hasty, Commander.
Hast thou not heard from time to time how men have fallen to their death among these mountains?
Well?
They did not fall, Mynheer.
No?
I threw them down the mountainside, even as I bowled this ball at yonder 9 pins.
Say, you can't do much business with a bowling alley up here in the mountains, can you?
Dost thou play at bowl?
Well, I sort of does, yes.
We'll bowl then, thou against myself. What wager?
What do you suggest?
What say to this? The contents of my purse and pocket against the contents of thine, sight unseen.
That's more than fair, Commander. Seeing that I haven't any money.
Your life against my money, then.
Well, Mrs. Winkle doesn't like me to gamble.
Here's your only chance to save your wretched life, Mynheer. Beat me at bowls, then you go free.
Well, let's bowl, then.
But I must warn you, Mynheer. I have never lost a game.
And I must warn you that up to now, I have never lost my life.
Well, now as we bowl, we drink. Oh, schnapps!
Aye, Commander.
Good. There's no music like the pouring of schnapps. Each time you bowl, you drink 1 glass of schnapps. That is Dutch custom.
Well, don't the bowling balls get egg-shaped after a few games, Commander?
You cannot refuse my hospitality, Mynheer. If you cannot drink, good, that is your lookout.
Well, I'm not going to refuse your hospitality. I was just wondering if you'd accept some of mine.
What's that bottle?
Oh, just one I happen to have with me at the picnic. As long as we're being hospitable, you drink this while I drink your schnapps.
You give me great advantage, Mynheer. My schnapps is very strong.
Hospitality is hospitality.
Spoken like a Dutchman. What do you call your pale beverage? Holland gin?
Bathtub gin.
As we drink, eh?
Good.
Good. And now we bowl.
Oh, too bad, Commander. You missed.
That never happened before.
Now I'll try. There's a strike. Missed again, Commander.
Why are the pins floating in there?
Watch how we do it in the Bronx. There's a strike in the game, Commander.
I'll take my money, Mynheer. And now we roll another.
What's the bet this time?
Thou hast all my coin.
Yeah?
But I have here some parchment deeds. Land grants they are. I'll wager on them.
Fair enough.
Ah, but first we drink. Schnapp, bathtub.
There's another game, Hendrik.
I cannot understand it. I didn't even get my ball in the alley that time.
Well, at least you stayed on the mountain, Hendrik.
Thou hast won my last deed, Rip.
Oh, has I, Hendrik?
Yeah. The bathtubs are gone also, too.
Oh, so is the schnapps gone, too, Hendrik. Oh, boy.
Yes, so. Let's sleep.
Good idea, Hendrik. Now, let's sleep it, eh? Wonder how long we slept, Hendrik. Sounds morning. Hendrik. Hey, where is everybody? Oh, my head, those schnapps. Oh, how am I going to explain this to my wife? Well, I was climbing down the mountain, dear. I met some little Dutchman and, Well, I guess I better get back to picnic and find the wife and kids. Well, you see, dear, there's an old friend of mine by the name of Hendrik Hudson, and, it never works. She'll never believe it. We next discover Rip Van Winkle on the bus to New York, somewhat bewildered because his beard has grown a foot while he was asleep. Say, what's the newspaper say, mister?
The usual, all bad.
All bad, eh? Who's Al Capone been knocking off lately? Anybody we know?
What are you talking about, old-timer? Capone's been dead for years.
Yeah, I get up too early in the morning for that to fool me, mister. Next thing I know, you'll be telling me the Prince of Wales is King of England or something.
No, he retired. The King's king now.
King's king. I only asked you what the news was, mister.
Mostly about the president's speech. A good picture of him. Look.
President, for heaven's sake.
Oh, what's the matter?
Coolidge is wearing glasses and he's changed his name to Harry. A little later, Rip Van Winkle mounts a familiar flight of stairs in the Bronx and opens a well-remembered door.
What do you mean walking in like this?
Where's Mrs. Winkle?
I'm Mrs. Winkle.
Oh, no, I mean Mrs. Rip Van Winkle.
I'm Mrs. Rip Van Winkle. There's my husband over there in the chair.
That's me.
Wake up, Rip. We got a crazy old man here.
How can you be Rip Van Winkle?
Oh, sorry to be asleep. I'm all wore out working on my father's mousetrap.
Junior, don't you know me?
I'll get lost, old man.
Well, I was lost. I'm your pa, Junior. I come home again. Look at me.
I think you better go someplace and sleep it off, mister.
Yeah.
My old man got lost in the mountains 20 years ago, and he ain't been heard from since.
I tell you, Junior, I'm Rip Van Winkle. Don't nobody know me? Don't nobody know me?
Oh, Wolf's getting too old to take walks.
Why not? He's over 20, Judy.
Judy. Wolf.
Huh? Who's this?
Don't you know me, Judy?
Well, should I?
I'm your father, Judy.
My father got lost up in the Catskills in the year 1928.
What year is it now?
It's 1948, naturally.
Jeepers, I overslept. Look, I'm Rip Van Winkle. I've been asleep up in the mountains for 20 years. Don't nobody know me?
Oh, gee. That's the first time old Wolf's barked in years.
He knows me. He knows me, don't you, Wolf? Remember how we used to sing, Wolf? How dry I am. How dry I am. How dry I am.
Gee, Wolf hasn't done that since Pa got lost.
No. He knows me and he knows the lyrics, Judy. You heard him.
Well, I guess I do too, Pa.
Judy. Where's your mother?
Can you stand a shock, Pa?
What is it, Judy?
Mother's married again.
Well, I can stand that all right.
You see, you were declared legally dead Your mother married Harold in camp.
The non-entity?
He's a radio agent now.
Oh, that's a step down, ain't it?
Oh, here they are now.
Did that picture smell? Oh, pardon me, Judy. You got company.
It's Pa, Ma.
Pa?
He's been asleep up in the Catskills for 20 years.
That sounds like your father, all right.
Don't worry, Mabel. I'm declared dead, and I'm happy to stay that way.
Oh, just think of poor Pa missing 20 years out of his life.
So much has happened, Rip. The market crashed, and there was a big depression.
Yeah?
And then there was worry about a war, and then there was a war, and... Oh, you poor fella, you missed everything.
Well, I'll try to bear up, Mrs. Van Camp.
You know, Rip, we'll make things up to you. I'm going to put you on television for the Soothe Rest Mattress Company.
Oh, no.
Rip Van Winkle, world's greatest sleeper. You can make plenty, too.
No, Harold, I don't want to do that.
Oh, big money in it, Rip.
Oh, what do I need money for?
Look who's saying he don't need money.
Do you know what television pays?
I don't need it, Harold, I tell you.
What are those dirty old papers?
Parchment deeds, land deeds. I won them bowling. Look here, I own the whole United States west of the Hudson River. Well, that's my story of Rip Van Winkle, gentlemen. Mr. Menander, what have you got to say?
I'm speechless.
Here's a telegram for you, Mr. Allen.
Oh, a telegram? Thank you. Let's see. Say, what do you know? My owner, Mr. Dead Air, is having a party after the Guild broadcast Sunday night.
And you're invited?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's swell, Fred.
Say, if Mr. Dead Air gets to like me, maybe he'll let me out of the contract someday.
Well, I don't see why not. What's he say?
Look at this, Roger. Having party after Rip Van Winkle broadcast, expect you.
Well, he sure wants you there.
Please wear white coat as you are to serve the drink.
The curtain has fallen on the Theater Guild on the Air production of Rip Van Winkle, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation, starring Fred Allen as Rip and featuring Kenny Delmar, Arthur Margetson, Mary Wicks, and Billy Lynn. Other members of the cast included Arnold Stang as Rip Jr., Harry Bannister as O.O. Dead Air, Thelma Ritter as Mrs. Rip, Ruth Gilbert as Judy, Paul Crabtree as CBS, Hiram Sherman as Hugo, Ian Martin as Van Camp, Fred Barker as Wolf. And here's Roger Pryor with a word about next week's play.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Theater Guild on the Air has the honor to present The Game of Love and Death, starring Katharine Hepburn, Claude Rains, and Paul Holmreed. The Game of Love and Death by Romain Rolland is a gripping drama of love and violence and was originally produced on the New York stage by the Theater Guild. Week after next, Alfred Lunt really will appear on our program. The most famous acting couple in the theater today, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, will be heard in their stage success, Oh, Mistress Mine, by Terence Rattigan. This will be the first radio presentation of this lighthearted comedy in which the Lunts appeared last season on Broadway and this season on tour. They'll be supported by the original Broadway cast.
Remember, next week, The Game of Love and Death, starring Katharine Hepburn, Paul Henreid, and Claude Rains. And remember, too, that the trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. The Theater Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Halburn, with Armina Marshall, executive producer. The program is directed by Homer Fickett. Carol Irwin is production executive and S. Mark Smith editor. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levy. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at this same time.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
on the Air presents David Copperfield, offered by the United States Steel Hour. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens, starring Boris Karloff, Flora Robson, Cyril Ritchard, Hugh Williams, and Richard Burton. Helping to build a better America through better steels and products of steel is the job of the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel. Look for our trademark, USS, on any steel product. It's your guide to quality steel. And now, as the lights go down at the Belasco Theater in New York, here speaking for the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers, is Roger Pryor with a word about our play and players.
Tonight, for this Christmas Eve, the Theater Guild on the Air brings you David Copperfield, the best loved of Charles Dickens' immortal novels, played for you by a brilliant all-star cast from Broadway's leading stage successes. As Uriah Heep, you'll hear Boris Karloff, now starring in Peter Pan. As Aunt Betsy Trotwood, Flora Robson, star of Black Chiffon. Our Mr. Micawber is Cyril Ritchard, star of The Relapse, and Hugh Williams, star of The Cocktail Party, as Mr. Wickfield. Richard Burton of The Ladies Not for Burning is David Copperfield, who tells us his own story. Our featured players are Isabel Elsom of The Curious Savage as Peggotty, Brenda Forbes of Ring Around the Moon as Mrs. Micawber, and David Cole of The Innocents, who plays David as a boy. We raise the curtain now on David Copperfield, adapted for radio by Robert Anderson and directed by Homer Fickett.
Whether I shall turn out to be the hero of my own life, or whether that station will be held by anybody else, these pages must show. To begin my life with the beginning of my life, I record that I was born, as I've been informed and believed, on a Friday at 12 o'clock at night. It was remarked that the clock began to strike, and I to cry simultaneously. To the enormous disappointment of my great aunt, Betsy Trotwood, I was born a boy, and therefore was named not Betsy Trotwood Copperfield, but in memory of my recently deceased father, David Copperfield. My first years were happy ones, presided over by my child of a mother with her pretty hair and youthful shape, and by Peggotty, our maid, who had no shape at all, and whose buttons popped off her dress at the slightest exertion.
Come along, Davy, and dance with Davy, with Peggotty and me.
Peggotty will lose her buttons, Mother.
Law, young Davy's right. Well, then she'll just have to pop them. Here we go, round and round and round.
But the happiness was abruptly ended by the gentleman with the black whiskers, whom my mother married in my 9th year, Mr. Edward Murdstone, who brought into our carefree home his tyrannical doctrine of firmness.
Now, Clara, be firm with the boy. Either he knows his lessons or he does not know them.
I'm afraid he does not know them, do you, Davy? I can do them when it's just you here, Mother, but not when...
And what do you mean by that, I'd like to know?
Edward, you must give him time to get accustomed to you and your manner.
Very well. Master David, I'll give you a sum to do.
Please say it slowly, sir.
Why, of course. If I go into a cheesemonger shop and buy 5,000 double Gloucester cheeses at 4 halfpenny each, present payment, and then I buy...
I can't do it. I can't.
Ah, you won't do it, you mean? You're obstinate.
Please, Edward.
Come along with me. Come along.
Where are you taking him?
I tell you, Clara, I have often been flogged myself. Get in there, David.
Please don't. Please don't whip him. Mr. Murdstone, sir, pray don't beat me. I've tried.
Have you indeed? Well, then, try that.
Oh,
and that. And... Ah! Oh, you bite, do you? I'll show you what we do to animals that bite.
For having bitten Mr. Murdstone's hand, I was sent away, over my mother's protests, sent away to school, where my chief humiliation was that upon arrival the headmaster, Mr. Creakle, who never spoke above a whisper, said to me,
"Turn around, young man.
What are you doing, Mr. Creakle?
I'm pinning a sign on your back by order of Mr. Murdstone.
Pray, sir, what kind of sign?
A sign to warn the other boys what kind of a wretch you are.
What does the sign say, if you please, sir?
It says, beware this boy. He bites.
Not long after my humiliation at Mr. Creakle's school, I was called back to my home. My mother was ill, her gentle spirit broken by Mr. Murdstone. I had been home a few days when one night Peggotty came to my room.
Davy, are you asleep?
What's the matter, Peggotty?
Oh, my poor precious Davy.
Is it Mamma, Peggotty?
Aye.
Does she want me?
She wanted you, and he wouldn't let you come to her.
I'll go to her now.
No, David, no. Come here.
Peggotty, Mamma isn't worse, is she?
Yes. My precious little Davy.
Much worse?
Yes.
Peggotty, Mamma's dead? Mamma's dead.
Now, listen to me, David. I have made arrangements for you to go to London, to be employed by Murdstone and Grinby in the wine trade.
But, Mr. Murdstone, the boy is barely 10 years old and his mother dead.
Peggotty, if you please. If he has to fight his way in this world, he might as well start as young as possible. Don't you agree, David?
Yes, sir.
Very well. You must live entirely on what you earn. Now you will leave tomorrow morning. The cartman, Barkis, will fetch you and take you to London, where you will lodge with Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins Micawber.
Mr. Barkis, will you have another piece of cake?
You'd better save some for when you get to London.
Oh, no. They're for the trip.
Did she make 'em now, the cakes?
Peggotty, do you mean, sir?
Ah, her that's seen you all.
Oh, yes. She makes all our pastry and does all our cooking.
Does she, though? No sweethearts, I believe. No person walks with her.
Oh, no. She's never had a sweetheart.
Didn't she, though? So she makes all the apple pasties and does all the cooking, does she?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what. Perhaps you might be writing to her?
Oh, yes, I will be.
If you was writing to her, perhaps you'd recollect to say, Barkis is willing. Would you?
Is that all the message?
Yes, that's all. Just Barkis is willing.
I arrived in London in the afternoon and was already at work washing, corking, and labelling wine bottles in the rat-infested warehouse of Murdstone and Grinby, when looking up, I saw coming towards me a stranger. He was a jaunty, stoutish, middle-aged person in a brown coat and black tights and shoes, with no more hair on his head than there is upon an egg.
Do I have the pleasure of addressing Master Copperfield?
Why, yes, sir.
I am that person at whose house you are to reside during your stay in London. In short, I am Mr. Wilkins Micawber.
Oh, Mr. Micawber.
And the impression that your peregrinations in this metropolis have not as yet been extensive, and that you might have some difficulty in penetrating the arcana of the modern Babylon. In short, that you might lose yourself. I should be happy to call this evening and install you in the knowledge of the nearest way home.
As we reached home that evening, it soon was clear to me that Mr. Micawber owed money to almost every tradesman in London.
Hurry up, Micawber.
Gentlemen, blood cannot be obtained from a stone. Neither can anything on account be obtained at the present from Wilkins Micawber. In short, you are wasting your time. In short, good day. Get inside, Master Copperfield.
Micawber, I was worried for you.
Ah, my darling Emma.
Mr. Micawber, no matter what may come, I will never desert you.
Oh, I'm deeply touched, me dear. Master Copperfield, may I present the partner of me joys and sorrows, the bosom of me affections, in short, Mrs. Micawber.
How much I suffered as a child of 10, working as a labouring hind in the dregs of London, is beyond my power to tell. With my meagre earnings, I could afford only a penny loaf and a pennyworth of milk for breakfast, and often had no dinner at all. My only real happiness came with the Micawbers.
Master Copperfield, I never thought before I was married to Mr. Micawber, when I lived with Papa and Mamma, that I should ever find it necessary to take a lodger.
Are your Mamma and Papa still alive, Mrs. Micawber?
Her mamma departed this life before my difficulties commenced. Her papa lived to bail me out of jail several times and then expired, regretted by a numerous circle.
The twins want their supper.
Oh, and so do we, and so do we.
There's nothing in the house but a crust of bread and a piece of cheese.
Oh.
Perhaps, Master Copperfield.
I think I could just manage to loan you a shilling.
Oh, no, my dear Master Copperfield. But you could render us another kind of service, if you will. I've a few of Mamma's teaspoons I haven't pawned yet.
Oh, Emma, please.
Mr. Micawber's feelings would never allow him to dispose of them, and I'm tied down with the twins just now. I wonder if you would see what you could get for them.
Why, of course, Ma'am. Though I wish you'd accept a shilling from me.
Oh, not just now, Copperfield, thank you.
Mr. Micawber, what do you do? I mean, I have not been able to learn. What is your work?
Me work? Why, at the moment I'm engaged in keeping myself in readiness in case anything should turn up.
But in the months that followed, nothing did turn up for Micawber, except eventually the constable, who took him off to debtor's prison. One night, I went to the prison to talk with Mr. Micawber. I found Mrs. Micawber and the twins visiting him.
You have come just in time for good news, Master Copperfield.
What is that, Mrs. Micawber?
Micawber's to be set free in 6 weeks.
And then I have no doubt I shall begin to be beforehand with the world and live in a perfectly new manner, if in short anything turns up.
What will you do when you are free of prison?
Well, I'm journeying into the country where dear Emma's family have some influence.
And do you go with him too, Mrs. Micawber?
I never will desert Mr. Micawber. He has his faults. I do not deny that he is improvident. I do not deny that he has kept me in the dark as to his resources and his liabilities. But I never will desert Mr. Micawber.
There, Emma, me angel. What's the matter?
I never will desert you, Micawber.
Oh, my life, I'm perfectly aware of it now. There.
Mr. Micawber?
Yes, Copperfield?
Since you are going away, I have thought that perhaps I would go away too, to my great-aunt's cottage in Dover.
Oh, what is this great-aunt's name?
Miss Betsy Trotwood.
She's not in my circle of acquaintances. Well then, Copperfield, I've nothing to bestow upon you at parting but advice. And that advice is never to do tomorrow what you can do today. Procrastination is the thief of time. Collar him.
I shall try my best, sir.
My other advice. Annual income, £20. Annual expenditure, £19, 19 shillings. Result, happiness. Annual income, £20. Annual expenditure, £20 plus sixpence. Result, misery. The blossom is blighted. The leaf is withered. The god of day goes down upon the dreary scene. And in short, you're flawed forever, as I am. And so, Copperfield, farewell.
The Dover Road is a beautiful road, but not to a penniless little boy who must trudge every inch on foot. Each milestone might well have been my gravestone, except that I was determined to reach my great-aunt Betsy Trotwood's cottage in Dover. More dead than alive, I at last knocked feebly on her door.
Hello? What's this? Go away! Go along! No boys here!
If you please, Mom.
You're one of those miserable boys that rides the donkeys across my garden. Go along.
If you please, Aunt.
People are always riding donkeys through my garden.
If you please, Aunt. I am your nephew.
Aunt? Mercy on us. Hold me up, somebody. Help me. Janet! Janet!
Please, Aunt. It's the truth.
What's the matter, Miss Trotwood?
Donkeys? Donkeys? This boy.
I am David Copperfield of Blunderstone, where you came on the night when I was born and saw my dear mamma.
This is the boy that should have been a girl.
Since my mamma died, I have been taught nothing and thrown upon myself and put to work not fit for me. And so I've run away to you from London.
Oh, mercy on us, the poor boy. What shall we do, Janet?
Wash him and put him to bed.
Exactly so. A brilliant suggestion. Exactly so.
My aunt wrote to Mr. Murdstone to pay her a call so that they might decide what was to become of me.
I am here, Miss Trotwood, to take David back, to dispose of him as I think proper.
To dispose of him. What a way to talk of a child.
I am here to take him away. If he is not ready to go, my doors are shut against him henceforth.
Are they now?
Yes.
Then mine shall be open to him.
And what do you intend to do with the wretch?
I shall send him to school in Canterbury, where he can live with my good friend and lawyer, Mr. Whitfield, finest man I know.
Miss Trotwood, I
tell you... You may go when you like, Mr. Murdstone. And in leaving, mind you don't ride your donkey through my garden.
And so my good Aunt Betsy sent me off to Canterbury to school, but not before giving me some advice, which I've always tried to heed.
Remember, David, never be mean in anything. Never be false, never be cruel. Avoid these 3 vices, and I can always be hopeful for you.
The great bells of the cathedral at Canterbury were ringing as I arrived at the home of Mr. Whitfield, with whom I was to stay. He came towards me, a fine, generous, hearty man.
Master Copperfield, I am delighted to welcome you to my home.
How do you do, Mr. Whitfield? My Aunt Betsy sends her regards.
Thank you, David. And now I should like to present to you my little housekeeper and beloved daughter, Agnes.
How do you do, David? How do you do, Agnes?
Agnes has presided over my household since her dear mother died.
Papa.
Agnes knows it saddens me to talk of my departed wife. And here comes the 3rd member of our household, my trusted law clerk, Uriah Heep.
Oh, Mr. Wickfield, sir. I'm far too humble to be included as one of your household. Far too humble.
Oh, Uriah, that's rubbish. Shake hands with Master Copperfield.
Oh, indeed, if he'll be so kind as to give me his hand. There. You see how he withdraws his hand? It's unpleasant for him to shake hands with such an humble person.
Oh, no, sir. It's not that. It's just...
Papa, shall I show David his room?
Yes, my dear. And Uriah, take Master Copperfield's things for him. They're too heavy for him to handle alone.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Wickfield, sir. It'll be my pleasure.
Mr. Whitfield?
Yes, David?
Uriah's hand. It's cold and bony, like a skeleton.
Thus was I welcomed into the Wickfield household, as a son and as a brother, a warm, friendly household, over which Uriah Heep seemed to hover like some great, evil bat. Innocent as I was, even at the age of 11, I think I sensed his hypocrisy.
You're working late tonight, Uriah.
Master Copperfield, like you, I'm studying. I'm improving my legal knowledge.
I suppose you are quite a great lawyer.
Me, Master Copperfield? Oh, no, I'm a very humble person. But I've much to be thankful for in living with Mr. Wickfield. For it's Mr. Wickfield's intentions to give me my articles, which would otherwise not lie within the humble means of mother and self.
Perhaps you'll be a partner in Mr. Wickfield's business one of these days. And it'll be Wickfield and Heap.
Oh, no, Master Copperfield. I'm much too humble for that.
You two having a pleasant talk?
Oh, yes, Mr. Wickfield, sir. Very pleasant.
I saw the light in here, and I wanted to make sure that you understood what work you are to do tomorrow,
I think I do, sir.
You have the routine accounts to draw up, but the most important thing is to make a report to Miss Trotwood of how we are handling her investment.
Oh, yes, sir. That's what I understood.
Good night, then. Good night, David.
Good night, sir.
Oh, a most excellent man.
Do you find studying the law easy, Uriah?
It's hard for me sometimes, but I don't know what it might be to a gifted person. There are Latin terms that are trying to a reader of my humble attainments.
Well, I could teach you Latin as I learn it.
Oh, thank you, Master Copperfield. I'm sure it's very kind of you to offer it, but I'm much too humble to accept it.
Oh, that's nonsense, Uriah.
Oh, no, sir. There are people enough to tread upon me in my lowly state without me doing outrage to their feelings by possessing learning. Learning ain't for me. A person like myself had better not aspire. If he's to get on in life, Master Copperfield, he must get on humbly.
So passed my school days. Days of happiness. Days with Agnes, my counselor and friend. Suddenly, they were over, and I was 17 and bidding Agnes goodbye before I left for London to seek my fortune.
We'll miss you, David, when you go away. The house will not be like itself.
Or shall I be like myself, dear Agnes, without you? I seem to lack my right hand when I miss you, dear sister.
Dear sister?
Yes, for you've guided me like a sister. Do you mind my calling you that?
No, I don't mind. Although I wish...
What, Agnes?
Nothing, David. You may call me sister, if that's how you feel towards me.
Oh, I do. And even though I'm in London, I shall continue to confide in you as a sister. Whenever I fall into trouble or when I fall in love in earnest, I shall always tell you.
And I shall be waiting to listen.
I wonder that you are not in love in earnest by this time, Agnes.
Perhaps I am.
But you can't be. There is no one hereabouts deserves to love you.
I did not say that he loved me.
You are teasing me with riddles, Agnes. Just mind you don't marry someone without my consent.
I promise you, I shall marry no one unless it is someone you approve of.
Goodbye, Agnes. Will I see you in London?
Yes, David, from time to time, so that you may tell me when you fall in love, in earnest.
You are listening to David Copperfield, produced by the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation.
We pause now for station identification. Now the curtain rises on the second act of David Copperfield, starring Boris Karloff as Uriah Heep, Flora Robson as Betsy Trotwood, Cyril Richard as Mr. Micawber, Hugh Williams as Mr. Wickfield, and Richard Burton as David.
I had been in London barely a month when I had need of Agnes, for I'd fallen in love in earnest. Mr. Spenlow, under whom I was training for the law, had taken me to his house for a Saturday and Sunday. he sent me on into the house alone. And there, standing in the hall, with the little dog clutched in her arms, was an apparition of brown curls, blue ribbon, and frilly white lace.
You must be Mr. Copperfield. I'm Dora Spenlow.
She may have said more, but I didn't hear it. All was over in a moment. I'd fulfilled my destiny. I'd loved Dora Spenlow to distraction. I was gone headlong before I'd sense to say a word to her. It was not until the next morning, when we met in the garden, that I spoke to her.
Good morning, Mr. Copperfield.
You are out early, Miss Spenlow.
My governess is so stupid. She talks such nonsense about it being necessary for the day to be aired before I come out. Aired. Besides, it's the brightest time in the whole day, don't you think so?
It's very bright for me now, though it had been very dark to me a minute ago.
Do you mean a compliment? Or that the weather has really changed, Mr. Copperfield?
Well, I...
Yes, Jip. Jip has saved you more embarrassment, Mr. Copperfield, haven't you, Jip? Why is there all this talk about my needing a governess to protect me, when little Jip here can protect me a great deal better? Can't you?
He's a very nice little dog.
He's much better than a cross old governess who follows us about and tries to teach us sums and all sorts of practical things.
Do you suppose he'd allow me to pet him?
I do believe Jip is jealous of you, Mr. Copperfield. Jip, are you jealous of Mr. Copperfield?
When I wrote to Agnes, telling her of my happiness with Dora, she answered with sweet encouragement. But always there was a note of mystery and sadness when she wrote about her own life. The reason for this I learned one evening when Uriah Heep came from Canterbury and called on me in my rooms.
Master Copperfield, I mean Mr. Copperfield. You've heard something, I dare say, of a change in my expectations?
No, I have not.
Oh, then I shall have the pleasure myself. Actually, it was you who prophesied.
Prophesied what?
Don't you remember saying to me once that perhaps it might one day be Wickfield and Eat?
What do you mean?
And I recollect saying that I was much too humble and that...
Uriah, tell me, what do you mean?
Why, I mean that now it is Wickfield and Eat.
No.
Oh, what a worthy man is Mr. Wickfield, but how imprudent.
Imprudent?
Oh, Master Copperfield, it's not for an humble person like myself to talk of such a worthy as Mr. Wickfield. I've only to allude to his imprudence in the matter of drinking.
But surely he can't have...
Oh, my, yes, Master Copperfield. If anyone else had been in my place during the last year, by this time he'd have had Mr. Wickfield under his thumb. Quite under his thumb.
But you, I suppose you
have
not...
Oh, I, Master Copperfield, I have been but his humble helper.
I must see Agnes about this, and at once.
Oh, I wish you would. She's here in London. She's lovely, isn't she, Master Copperfield?
She is superior in all respects to anyone around her.
Oh, thank you very much for
There is
that.
no reason why you should thank me.
Oh, Master Copperfield, humble as I am, humble as my mother is, the image of Miss Agnes has been in my breast for years.
You'd best not talk like this, Uriah.
Oh, with what a pure affection do I love the ground my Agnes walks on.
Have you mentioned this to her?
Oh, no, Master Copperfield. My Agnes is very young, and I still have to work my way upward. I'm only just emerging from my lowly station.
No matter what your station, she would never consent to...
Master Copperfield, I rest a good deal of hope on her observing how useful I am to her father. She's so much attached to her father that I think she may come on his account to be friendly to me.
So that's your scheme.
And I'm telling it you, Master Copperfield, so that you will not unconsciously go against me. I know that you wouldn't wish to make unpleasantness in the family. Would you, Master Copperfield?
Agnes, I've just come from Uriah Heep. How did your father...
It's too horrible to talk about, David.
But you saw how Father night after night sat morosely mourning Mother's death, seeking refuge from his sorrows in the ever-present bottle of port.
So it was that.
Uriah saw it too. And little by little he exploited Papa's weaknesses. When I would lock up the wine, he would get Papa more.
Agnes, my dear.
He finally made himself indispensable to Papa. And then he told him he was going away, unless Papa cared to make some other arrangement with him.
That other arrangement being the partnership. Oh, it's incredible.
Yes, and horrible. For since that time, Papa is actually afraid of him.
Your father, afraid of Uriah Heep?
Yes. Oh, there's something between them. Some mystery I do not understand, and probably never shall.
Oh, Agnes, let me help you.
David, please. The only way you can help us is to be kind to Uriah.
Kind to him? But you know what he plans,
It makes no difference. We have no other choice. Because Papa and I, horrible as it is to say, Papa and I, we are in his power.
For the next month, I lived on Dora and coffee. When I wasn't calling on Dora, I was working hard that I might be worthy of Dora. As for Agnes, I didn't tell her of Uriah Heep's plans for her, because I knew it would distress her. And since Uriah had yet to work his way up a little more, I thought I had time. Meanwhile, I had a letter from that master of all letter writers, Micawber.
You find me, my dear Copperfield, engaged in the sale of corn upon commission. However, it's not an avocation of a remunerative description. In other words, it does not pay. I am, however, delighted to add that I now have an immediate prospect of something turning up.
To hear of his prospects, I invited Micawber and his wife to my rooms for dinner.
As we are quite confidential here, Mr. Copperfield, I should like to have your opinion as to what branch of endeavor a man of Mr. Micawber's talents is likely to succeed in.
You embarrass me, my dear Emma.
If my opinion can be of help, I should be glad to give it.
I may have a conviction, Mr. Copperfield, that Mr. Micawber's manner qualifies him for the banking business.
Mr. Micawber feels that if he had a deposit at the banking house, my manner, as representing that banking house, would inspire confidence in her.
But if the various banking houses refuse to avail themselves of Mr. Micawber's abilities, what is the use of dwelling on that idea?
In short, Copperfield, my wife is convinced, and she has convinced me, that things cannot be expected to turn up of themselves. We must, in a measure, assist them in turning up.
So, here is Mr. Micawber with a great talent. I should say genius, but that may be the partiality of a wife.
Emma, my dear.
It's true.
What Mrs. Micawber is trying to say is that here I am with my capacities and without suitable employment. Now, where does the responsibility rest? Clearly on society.
Oh, it does indeed.
And so it appears to her, Copperfield, that what I should do is to throw down the gauntlet to society and say, in effect, show me who will take that up.
I quite agree, but how is this to be done?
By advertising. Mr. Micawber has to advertise in all the papers for a position worthy of his talent.
I feel I must do this, Copperfield, in justice to myself, in justice to my family, and in justice to society.
Shortly after I loaned Mr. Micawber the money to pay for his advertisement, I had cause to regret my extravagance. For my aunt, Betsy Trotwood, upon whose generous bounty I had been living, came to London with sad news.
These are comfortable rooms you have here, David.
They're as reasonable as I could find out.
That's just as well, because from now on I shall be living here with you.
As a chaperone, Aunt?
What makes you say that?
You were cross that Dora and I are engaged.
Oh, of course I'm not cross. Though I think you are a little blind.
Blind?
Yes, blind as to where your true love lies.
Aunt, I know Dora and I are young and inexperienced, but we love one another truly.
Poor little couple. You think you are formed for one another and to go through a party, supper table kind of life like two pretty pieces of confectionery.
Aunt, have you come to stay with me to dissuade me from Dora?
No, David. I've come to stay with you because I'm ruined.
Ruined?
Yes. It's a frumpy, grumpy story, David, but suffice it to say that I invested unwisely and am ruined.
But Mr. Wickfield handles all your...
No, these I invested myself. Mr. Wickfield had, nothing to do with it. Oh, David, I know this alters your plans somewhat. I don't know what your Dora will say.
Nor I.
But we must meet reverses boldly and not suffer them to frighten us, my dear. We must learn to act the play out. We must live misfortune down.
Down, Chip, up down. Davy has something to say to me.
Dora?
Yes, Dodie?
Dora, could you love a beggar?
How can you ask anything so foolish, Dodie?
Dora, my own dearest, I am a beggar.
Oh, how can you be such a silly thing? I'll make Chip bite you.
Dora, I am your ruined David. I have not a penny. I must tell you this and offer you release from our engagement if you want it.
Oh, Dodie, don't talk like that.
Oh, my sweet Dora, does that mean your heart is still mine?
Yes, Dodie. Only don't be dreadful. Don't be practical, because when you're practical, it frightens me so.
Some time thereafter, I received a letter from Canterbury. I was surprised to see that the address was not in Agnes's handwriting. I opened the letter and was amazed to read...
My dear Copperfield, you may possibly not be unprepared to receive the information that as a result of me flinging down the gauntlet to society, in short, as a result of me advertising, something has turned up. In fact, my dear Copperfield, I stand pledged and contracted to your old friend Uriah Heep to assist him in the capacity of, well, to be his confidential clerk. Mrs. Micawber is convinced that giving me mind to a profession so adapted to me fertile resources and me flow of language, I must distinguish myself and may find myself ere long a judge or a chancellor. Looking forward to our early reunion, I am ever yours, Wilkins Micawber.
Curious at this turn of events, I travelled down to Canterbury to see Micawber in his new surroundings.
My dear Copperfield, to a man possessed of the higher imaginative powers, the objection to legal work is the amount of detail which it involves.
How do you find Mr. Heap as an employer?
All I can say is that my friend Heap has been most generous in advancing me financial assistance.
And Mr. Wickfield?
Mr. Wickfield is, I dare say, a man of very excellent intentions, but he is, in short, he is obsolete.
I'm afraid his partner seeks to make him so.
My dear Copperfield, I am here in a capacity of confidence. I would therefore suggest that in our intercourse we draw a line. On this side is the whole range of human intellect, with a trifling exception, and on the other is that exception, the affairs of Messrs. Wickfield and Heap.
He has won you over, hasn't he, Micawber?
Oh, don't close the door, Miss Wickfield. I'm just on my way to my humble dwelling. Good day, Copperfield. Miss Wickfield.
Agnes, how I've missed you lately.
Indeed, and so soon.
You were so much in the habit of thinking for me in the old days that my reliance is still on you.
But it must not be on me, David. It must be on someone else.
On Dora?
Of course. You still love her, don't you, David?
Oh, Agnes, you should see her. I've never seen such dancing blue eyes, such curls.
Yes, you do love her.
Are you sad that I'm in love, Agnes? You sounded sad.
Of course I'm not sad, David. I'm very happy for you.
Agnes, there's no one else but you to tell me. Dare I ask her to marry me?
If she will make you happy. If she will make you happy, I think you should ask her.
Oh, Agnes, you've never seen such adorable hands, such
I'm
exquisite...
sure, David. But you must tell us all about her at dinner. Now I must go to Father.
Oh, forgive me. In my happiness, I didn't ask.
You will see him at dinner. He is not the man you knew, David.
He hardly dares to speak now without consulting Uriah with his eyes. But you shall see.
After dinner that evening, Mr. Wickfield, Uriah, and I were left at the table alone.
Mr. Wickfield, old friend and partner, let me fill your glass for another toast.
I think we've drunk enough toast, Uriah.
David, if Uriah wants us to drink another toast, perhaps we'd better.
But Mr. Wickfield...
We mustn't offend him, David.
There now, fellow partner, Master Copperfield, I am about to drink to the divinest of her sex.
Uriah, mind what you say.
I know I am but an humble individual to give you her health, but I admire her. I adore her.
Uriah.
Now, Davy. Uriah has a right to toast his sweetheart if he will. Who is she, Uriah? To whom do we drink?
To Agnes Wickfield.
No!
Mr. Wickfield!
To be her father is a proud distinction, but to be her husband...
Stop! I will not stay here and listen to such blasphemy.
If I say I've an ambition to make your Agnes my Agnes, I have as good a right to it as any man.
You detestable serpent! Look at him, David. Look at my torturer. Under his influence, I have step by step abandoned name and reputation, peace and quiet, house and home. And now...
Mr. Wickfield, I have kept your name and reputation and your peace and quiet and your house and home.
Oh, David. What have I come down to since I first saw you in this house? Weak indulgence has ruined me. Indulgence in remembrance of my wife, and indulgence in forgetfulness offered by this. I have taken my last glass. I swear I have taken my last glass.
Oh, come now, Mr. Wickfield.
David, I'll tell you all about this fellow here.
You stop him, Copperfield, or he'll say things he'll be sorry to have said, and you'll be sorry to have heard.
I'll say anything. Why should I not be in all the world's power if I am in yours?
Because you have a daughter.
Scoundrel!
Now, let sleeping dogs lie. Who wants to rouse them? Can't you see? I'm as humble as can be.
Humble? You humble? You hypocrite!
Mr. Wickfield!
Well, Master Copperfield, I suppose you have sometimes plucked a pear before it was ripe.
Good night, Heap.
I did that tonight. But it'll ripen yet. It only wants attending to. I can wait.
And now weeks, months, seasons pass along. They seem little more than a summer day and a winter evening. Yet in that time, I had been reasonably successful in my work, and above all else, I had come of age and married Dora Spenlow. And I found marriage a strange condition. It was such a stupendous thing to know for certain that Dora put her hair up in papers. It was altogether such an astonishing event to see her do it. It was also a painful thing to wait dinner because of Dora's inability to manage the cook.
I did but see her passing by, and yet I'll love her till I die.
My dear, do you think the cook has any idea of time?
Why do you ask, Dodie?
Well, because it's 7 and we were to have dined at 6. Don't you think you should talk with the cook?
Oh, no, please, I couldn't.
Why not?
Because I'm such a silly, and she knows I am.
But, my love...
Oh, no, please. Don't be a naughty Bluebeard. Don't be serious.
My sweet, I'm only trying to reason with you.
But I didn't marry to be reasoned with. If you meant to reason with such a poor little girl as I am, you oughtn't have told me so, you cruel boy.
Dora, my darling.
No, I'm not your darling. Because you must be sorry you married me, or else you wouldn't reason with me.
I'm sorry, my love. I won't try to reason with you, I promise.
That's right, Dodie. Because reasoning makes me uncomfortable. And it's much better for me to be stupid than uncomfortable.
Aunt Betsy called her Little Blossom. and it seemed a gay name at first for my child wife, not meant for the cares and worries of this world. But when she took sick and weakened that winter, and I had to carry her up and down stairs, I thought, oh, what a fatal name it was, and how the blossom withered in its bloom upon the tree. And then, one night near the end, Dora called me to her side.
Dodie.
Yes, my darling?
Dodie, I'm going to say something I have often thought of. Will you mind?
Mind, my darling?
Perhaps you have often thought the same.
What is that, my dear?
I'm afraid I was too young.
Now, Dora.
Not just in years, but in experience and thoughts and everything.
Dora, don't.
I was such a silly little creature. I'm afraid it would have been better if we had only loved each other as boy and girl and forgotten it.
Oh, my Dora.
I have begun to think I was not fit to be a wife.
Soon after Dora's death, my mind was taken off my own troubles by a letter from Mr. Wickfield.
Dear David, Mr. Micawber, an old acquaintance of yours, I believe, has made some rather startling discoveries concerning the activities of Uriah Heep, and begs that you and your aunt travel to Canterbury to be present at what he characteristically calls an explosion. I am unable to take an active part in this, being confined to my bed with rheumatic fever. But I know that you will not fail me in this, my hour of need. Your friend, Wickfield.
Miss Betsy Trotwood, Mr. David Copperfield, calling on Mr. Heap.
Well, I'm sure this is an unexpected pleasure. Miss Trotwood, Master Copperfield.
Mr. Heap.
Things have changed in this office, Miss Trotwood, since I was an humble clerk at El Japone, ain't they? But I'm not changed, Miss Trotwood.
To tell you the truth, sir, I think you are pretty constant to the promise of your youth, if that's any satisfaction to you.
Oh, thank you for your good opinion. You needn't wait, Micawber. Won't you sit down, Miss Trotwood? David?
I prefer standing, thank you.
Micawber, did you hear me tell you not to wait?
Yes.
Then why do you wait?
Because I, in short, choose.
You're a dissipated fellow, as all the world knows, and I'm afraid you'll oblige me to get rid of you. Go along, and I'll talk to you presently.
If there's a scoundrel with whom I've already talked too much, that scoundrel's name is Heap.
Why, you insolent...
Hold on, Uriah.
Sit down, Mr. Heap.
Oh, ho! So this is a conspiracy. You've met here by appointment.
They've met here at the request of your no longer humble servant, Wilkins Micawber.
Master Copperfield, you always wear a puppy with a broad stomach, even from your first coming here. And you envy me rise, do you?
Your rise.
Mr. Micawber, proceed with your charge.
I have written it all here in a brief letter.
Yes, and save the man. He'd write letters by the ream, even if it was a capital offence.
Are you going to listen to this scum's charges against me?
We are indeed. Proceed, Micawber.
Dear Miss Trotwood and gentlemen, in appearing before you to denounce probably the most consummate villain that has ever existed, I ask no consideration for myself. The victim from the cradle of pecuniary liabilities, to which I have been unable to respond, I have ever been the sport and toy of debasing circumstances. Ignominy, want, despair, madness, have collectively or separately been the attendants of my career.
Madness indeed, and you listen to this wretch?
Under such circumstances, I entered the office of the firm, nominally under the appellation of Wickfield and Heap, but in reality wielded by Heap alone. Heap, and only Heap, is the forger and cheat.
The devil take you. Give me that letter.
Approach one step nearer, and if your head is human, I'll break it.
No. Get on with your charge, man.
I'll listen to no more of this.
You'll stay in this room, you heap of infamy. Now sit down there, Heap. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Forced as I was to avail myself of pecuniary advances offered by this contemptible Heap, I soon found myself by reason of numerous IOUs under his thumb. I then found that my services were constantly be called into requisition for the falsification of business and the mystification of Mr. Wickfield.
If you don't stop now...
Pray, Uriah, don't stop him now that he's getting at last to the point.
When Mr. Wickfield's faculties and memory for business became, through causes which it is not necessary or expedient for me to enter, weakened and confused, he obtained his signature to documents of importance, representing them to be other documents of no importance.
You shall prove this, Micawber.
The proof of this is at hand, as well as the proof that you systematically forged to various entries, books, and documents the signature of Mr. Wickfield.
Uriah Heep, you know what I want.
These are all lies.
Sit down, Heep.
I want my property.
But Aunt Betsy...
As long as I believed it had been made away with by Mr. Wickfield, I wouldn't breathe a syllable of its having been placed here for investment. But now that I know this fellow's answerable for it, I'll have it. David, come and take it away from him.
Everything will be taken from him in good time, Aunt.
Including his humbleness.
Where is your proof? Where is your proof?
There are the books and documents.
Ah, yes, if you had them, but you haven't. They're here in the safe. There, see where they... Where are they? They've gone.
Fancy that.
Some miserable thief has stolen the books.
They've come into Copperfield's possession. He has the power of attorney for Mr. Wickfield.
So you have them, do you? Well, what's to be done?
I will tell you what's to be done.
You, as Copperfield no tongue?
You must make restoration of all you have stolen to the last farthing.
I won't do it. I won't do it. I may be humbled, but I will not be put upon.
Micawber, you will go around to the Guildhall and bring a couple of officers.
Stop! Copperfield, I've always hated you. You've always been an upstart, and you've always been against me.
Micawber?
All right, all right. I'll do what you want.
It is you, Uriah, who have been in your greed and cunning against the world. There never were greed and cunning in the world yet that did not do too much and overreach themselves. It is as certain as death. Now then.
Copperfield, I've not quite finished my letter. May I proceed?
Please do.
I have now concluded. It merely remains for me, with me ill-starred family, to disappear from the landscape on which we appear to be an encumbrance. Let it be in justice merely said of me, as of a gallant and eminent naval hero with whom I have no pretensions to cope, that what I have done I did in spite of mercenary and selfish objects, for England, home, and beauty. Yours, etc., 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 Wilkins Micawber.
Now my story nears its end. I have but to record that when Aunt Betsy regained her property, she paid off all Micawber's debts and sent him to start his life anew in Australia, where, by virtue of his diligence and application, he in time justified Mrs. Micawber's faith in him and became a magistrate. As for me, I returned to England after a year of travel, returned to recapture, if possible, a treasure I had unwittingly thrown away in my boyhood. And on Christmas Eve, I stood before the fire in the Wickfield parlour in Canterbury and watched Agnes.
David, why do you look at me so closely?
Try to guess your secret.
My secret?
Yes. Let me share it. My aunt has told me.
What has she told you?
That you are in love. That is your secret, isn't it?
If it is not a new one.
Not new? Then I must know him.
You do, as well as you know yourself.
Myself? Agnes. Agnes, look at me.
Spare me my blushes, David.
Oh, Agnes, if you only knew. I went away loving you. I stayed away loving you, and I've returned home loving you.
Oh, David.
But I never dreamed that you could love me.
Didn't you know, David? Hadn't you ever guessed?
But when, my darling? When did you... when did it all...
I have loved you all my life.
The curtain has fallen on the Theater Guild on the Air production of David Copperfield, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation. We express our thanks to our stars, Boris Karloff as Uriah Heep, Flora Robson as Betsy Trotwood, Cyril Richard as Mr. Micawber, Hugh Williams as Mr. Wickfield, and Richard Burton as David. Our thanks also to our featured players, Isabel Elson as Peggotty, Brenda Forbes as Mrs. Micawber, and David Cole as the boy David, and to the other members of our cast whom you heard in these roles, as Agnes, Penelope Mundy, as Dora, Patricia Marmont, as Murdstone, John Merivale, and as Barkis, Carl Harbord. And here is Roger Pryor with a word about next week's play.
Next week, New Year's Eve, with Van Heflin as our star, the Theater Guild on the Air brings you State Fair, that heartwarming, robust, and truly American story that you remember as a successful novel and motion picture. Co-starring with Van Heflin, you'll hear Gene Lockhart, his wife, Kathleen Lockhart, and their daughter, June Lockhart, playing the roles of father, mother, and daughter in the story.
Remember, next week on the United States Steel Hour, State Fair, starring Van Heflin, Gene Lockhart, Kathleen Lockhart, and June Lockhart. And remember, too, that the trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. The Theater Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Helburn, with Armina Marshall executive producer. S. Mark Smith is editor. Music was composed and conducted by Hara Levy. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at the same time. The United States Steel Hour presents the Theater Guild on the Air production of The Traitor, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Helping to build a better America through better steels and products of steel is the job of the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel. Look for our trademark, USS, on any steel product. It's your guide to quality steel. And now, as the lights go down at the Belasco Theater in New York, here is Elliot Reed speaking for the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight, The Traitor, is out of the headlines of today. Written by Herman Wouk, author of The Caine Mutiny, it is one of the most powerful and provocative dramas of our time. Two of Hollywood's leading stars are with us, Humphrey Bogart as Commander Gallagher and Lauren Bacall as Jane. And now we raise the curtain on The Traitor, adapted for the Theater Guild on the Air by Frank Gabrielson and directed by Homer Pickett.
Let me introduce myself. Professor Tobias Emanuel, teacher of philosophy at a large university in Upper Manhattan. An aging man, lover of the quiet life. But for me, after that day last spring, there was to be no peace. Let me recall the very beginning of it all, as I sat in my study that stormy afternoon, dictating an article to my secretary and former student, Jane Bailey. Oh, quite a storm. What time is it, Jane?
4:45. Plenty of time to finish.
No, I'm tired, Jane. But will you type up my notes while I dress?
Of course. Well, Professor Emanuel, before you go, may I take another picture of you?
You took a half a dozen last night.
Something must have been wrong with the light. See? They're all spoiled.
Oh, some other time, Jane.
Oh, but the college yearbook goes to press Friday, and the editor will be so disappointed.
Oh, well, if you must.
Hold it now, please.
Mm-hmm.
There. I'm sure I got a fine picture that time. Hello? Hello? Funny. I hung up. Not a single word.
Curious. Well, that's been happening often lately. Oh, by the way, Jane, do you know if Alan will be in for dinner tonight? My housekeeper insists on knowing these things in advance.
Margaret? Oh, she's jealous. Doesn't have you to herself anymore, now that Alan's sharing your apartment with
It
you.
upsets her routine. Alan's changed his dinner plans at the last minute a half a dozen times in the past 2 weeks.
He certainly hasn't changed them for me.
Well, he did on Friday, Jane. He met you at the faculty club.
He did not. Friday he stayed at the laboratory in Brookhaven. At least that's what he told me.
Oh, well, I must have forgotten. But surely tonight he'll want to have dinner with his fiancée. It's your birthday, isn't it?
Oh, yes. But he hasn't... Alan.
Hello, Jane. I didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I didn't feel like going out in this weather, so I called her down from school. Watch out for that wet umbrella. Margaret will have your scalp, boy.
I'd better tell her that I'll be in for dinner, Toby. Well, what's the matter? Why the black looks? Is there any reason why I shouldn't be home for dinner?
No reason at all. I'll just go into the library and type these notes.
What's this all about, Toby?
Well, it just happens to be Jane's birthday, Alan.
Oh, my. What am I going to tell her now?
Get the door, will you, Margaret? And you, Alan, you'd better start thinking fast. Put that great scientific brain of yours to work. Now, I'll go and dress.
I beg your pardon. That the desk where you keep it, Dr. Carr?
What are you doing here?
I tried to phone, but I couldn't reach you. The maid let me in. She said that you were
Wait.
here, and that...
They must be scraping the bottom of a barrel when they use a cretin like you. How dare you barge in here without making an appointment? Why didn't Baker come?
He authorized me to represent him. He sent you this money. Quite a large amount.
Put that away. You people know I'm not interested in money. And who does Baker think he's dealing with? I said I wanted to see him, or nobody.
He said to tell you it's against procedure for him to make personal contacts.
Will you kindly pass the word back to Baker that it's against procedure for me to filch materials from an atomic laboratory?
Oh, then you've already done it.
I didn't say I had. If Baker wants to know any more, he'll have to come and find out for himself. Now get out of here before someone comes in.
You were putting something in the desk, weren't you, just as I came in?
How dare you spy on me? If you think for 1 minute...
I'm sorry, Dr. Carr, but why won't you give me the material? You'll have to, in the end.
Are you threatening me?
I'm simply telling you, nobody can change Baker's mind.
Indeed. What is this great man like?
Baker? Well, I've never seen him or spoken to him.
Well, then how do you communicate?
Well, through Clay. He's my fiancé. You ask too many questions, Dr. Carr.
Well, I'm curious. I'm not a professional at this.
Well, neither am I. Neither is Clay. We're all the same.
Do you take me for a communist?
Aren't you, Dr. Carr?
Of course not. I believe in thinking for myself.
Look, Dr. Carr, I realize we can't talk here, but it would mean so much to Clay. So much if you'd only work through us.
Work through you. If this isn't something to make the gods laugh, here's an event to rock the world. And all it means to you is a chance for your fiancé to please his superior.
That's not true. I was thinking of the part...
Oh, get out of here. Give my message to Baker and don't ever come back. Get out. Oh, Jane, come in.
I don't want to interrupt you, Alan.
It's all right, darling.
Who was the girl? I saw her leaving.
Nobody in particular. One of my lab assistants.
Oh? She's pretty.
Hey, look, Jane, I'm sorry I blacked out about your birthday. Many happy returns, darling. I guess it's too late to get tickets for anything good tonight, but...
Alan, where did you go on Friday night?
What are you doing? Checking up on me?
You told Professor Emanuel you were dining with me at the faculty club. You told me you were working at Brookhaven.
Well, I was. That is...
Alan, I just can't stand lies. Not even from you. Tell me the truth. Are we finished?
Is that how you feel about it, Jane?
How else am I to feel? I've hardly seen you for weeks. And you aren't telling the truth about that girl.
But, my dear
I'm afraid
Jane.
of what's happening to us, Alan.
Preposterous.
You were always so direct and straightforward, but now you're different from the man I fell in love with.
You're wrong, Jane. You're all wrong, and I'll prove it to you. Maybe I did forget your birthday, but let's chuck everything and go out anyway. Let's celebrate. Just grab your coat.
Do you really want to, Alan?
Oh, Jane, of course I do.
I'd have to go home first to change my clothes.
Fine. I've got a couple of things to clean up myself.
Jane,
Yes?
someone here to see you.
See me? Are you sure?
Yes, a naval gentleman, I believe. In here, Commander.
Commander? Johnny, what a surprise.
Jane, happy birthday, Jane.
Johnny, of all people. Professor Emanuel, this is Lieutenant Commander Gallagher.
Yes, I know.
A sort of fourth cousin of mine and a very old friend.
Well, not as old as that.
And this is Alan. Dr. Carr, Commander Gallagher.
How do you do? Jane's told me a little about you. Well, if you'll excuse me, I should get out of these wet clothes.
Explain yourself, you big lug. What are you doing in town? And how did you know I was here? Where are you going to
Passing through overnight on orders, phoned your mother in the school, finally tracked you down here and thought I'd drop in and give you good wishes of the day.
Sweet of you to remember my birthday, Johnny. Where are you staying?
Oh, nowhere. I tried several hotels, but it appears there are 8 conventions in town. I'll probably park the car on a side street and sleep in it.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Johnny. You can't
Perhaps
sleep
we
in
can
it.
telephone around, Commander. Or, well, you might even stay here.
Oh, might I? I'd hate to put you out, sir, but I'd accept with pleasure. I'd hope to have time for a little visit with Jane.
I'm going out tonight, Johnny, with Alan. Besides, I really don't think you should stay here. If we tried some other hotels...
No, I'm sure we can make Commander Gallagher quite comfortable.
Oh, well, thank you, sir.
Really, Johnny, this is a terrible imposition. The hotels can't be that.
I really appreciate it, Professor. And if you can do without Jane for a minute, maybe she'll drive down with me and get my gear.
Of course. Go right ahead, Jane.
But all right, then, you big clown. We'll go. Tell Alan I'll be back in a few minutes.
Margaret's still trying to find out about dinner, Toby.
Well, Jane and her officer haven't returned yet. I suppose I should ask him to have dinner with me.
Maybe.
Alan, is something troubling you?
No. What makes you ask, Toby?
Oh, just the way you've been acting.
Oh, well, Jane and I did have a sort of a quarrel, but, well, perhaps I'm being too emotional about it. I should try to think it out, as you taught me.
Oh, I don't know. Philosophy must seem a pretty shabby, tinkering hobby to you. You work with substances and processes of colossal force.
Force? Now, force in itself is meaningless, Toby. What's done with it is everything.
Oh, yes. So much talk these days of force and how one is to use it. Why, just the other day, I was involved in a tedious argument with Dr. Gibbons on that very subject.
Gibbons? He's a party member, you know.
Oh, yes, I know he's a communist. But I try to understand his philosophy. Pure action. Accomplish your end regardless of human consequences. Be inhuman if necessary.
Now listen, Toby. I don't believe in communism any more than you do. But I don't believe in war either.
Who does?
Well, nobody, if you believe what people say. But I believe the whole world is rushing into another war just as surely as I'm sitting in this room.
Not so long as we lead the world in atomic research.
There are no secrets. I tell you, there are no secrets. Can we hide from the Russians that water boils at 100 degrees centigrade? It's a fact of nature. It is also a fact of nature that 2 hemispheres of plutonium snapped together will blow up. The human mind worked it out on this continent. The human mind works the same way with the same power over there. Eventually, they'll find out the same things. It's childish to think in any other terms.
Johnny, I don't know.
Here comes Jane, convoyed by the Navy.
Now, Jane, it's a rule that every naval officer with more than 2 stripes
Hello?
should be able to read and write.
Yes, this is Dr. Carr speaking.
Where do I go, Professor?
I'll show you. Come along, Jane. We'll see if we can't make the Navy comfortable.
Hello? Hello, there was someone in the room. What is it? What? I don't know. Well, that seems safe enough. All right, tonight. But remember this. The purpose of this meeting is to allow Baker to present himself. Only that and nothing more. I make no promises, no commitments. I don't say I'll bring anything. But I'll be there.
Alan, I wonder if...
Jane,
Alan, why have you got that briefcase?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're taking me out tonight. Don't you remember?
Well, of course I remember, but it just happens that...
Those are fine quarters, Jane. I don't know... Oh, I beg your pardon.
It's all right, Johnny. Alan is just confusing his engagements again.
Jane, I only wanted to say it'll have to be a very late dinner tonight.
That's all right.
Well, there's an army man from Caltech in town. He just had me on the phone. He can only spare a couple of hours for me. He's going back tonight.
All right, Alan. I'll wait for you. Johnny and I will talk about old times.
Oh, yes. Well, goodbye, Commander.
Goodbye. Oh, give my love to the Army.
The Army?
That Army man from Caltech, the one you're going to meet.
Oh, yes, I'll be sure to. Goodbye.
Your young man is edgy. He's worried about something.
It's his own affair, isn't it?
Who took this picture? You still keeping up with your photography?
Yes. I took that last night. Professor Emanuel.
This room, huh? Well, it's your usual botched-up developing job. I remember once you did this to a dozen of my best shots.
I could swear I did everything right.
You loused up the negative somehow.
All right, mastermind. I have the negative right here in my purse. You take a look at it and tell me what I did wrong. Here.
Jane, has Dr. Carr been using your camera by any chance?
No. He's a hopeless dub.
Well, maybe you've had it in a physics lab or a dentist's office.
Uh-uh.
Radiations from an X-ray machine might
I
conceivably...
took it out last night for the first time in months. I had to dust off the case.
Well, never mind. You'll learn someday. Now, how about a kiss between fourth cousins?
Oh, Johnny, you dope. Here, give me my negative.
I'll keep it as a souvenir. Hey, where you going?
I have to dash home for a minute and change my dress. I can look a little better than this.
Hello, Orange. This is Black. I'm at the apartment of Gateway 3 as a guest. I report affirmative. Condition 5, Gateway 3. Yes, I tell you. Affirmative and important. Well, that was a very splendid dinner, Professor. You and Dr. Carr seem to have a very comfortable bachelor life with all the trimming.
Yes, Margaret takes very good care of us.
You were saying you first met Dr. Carr when he was a student in your philosophy course. Did he show signs then of all this scientific brilliance?
Well, oddly enough, Alan as a student was rather hard to know. Shy, insecure.
I don't think he's insecure now.
I would hardly say so. In fact, there are times when he seems almost too sure about the rightness of his ideas.
That's Jane, I suppose.
Well, Margaret will let her in.
Yeah, those people who are sure they're right. I've known some, too. And when they finally do make a mistake, it's likely to be a whopper.
Hello. Is Alan back yet?
If he knew how wonderful you were looking, I believe he'd hurry.
I would have been here sooner myself, except that I had a long telephone call from Lois Holloway. Poor child is in a dither. Seems that her parents have written demanding to know whether or not any of her professors are communists.
Oh, do you have communists on the faculty?
One or two, perhaps.
More than that, I'll bet.
Are you sure? A man can express a radical opinion without being a party member.
What's Dr. Carr's attitude toward communism?
Disgustingly superior. He says that in America it appeals mainly to fools and neurotics. Hello? It's for you, Johnny.
Hello? Yes, that's correct. As positive as I can be under the circumstances, yes, ground floor apartment. Checks with the description on file. Yes, I'll stand by.
Johnny, what was that all about?
Professor Emanuel, I have abused your hospitality, but my reason may serve as an apology. I'm a naval intelligence officer attached to Central Intelligence. My mission here is to check on Dr. Carr in connection with leaks in atomic information.
Check on Alan?
That's right, Jane.
So that's why you forced your way in here.
Yes, Jane, I lied to you. Your birthday was a handy excuse. It was a lousy trick, and I'm sorry.
And just what is Alan accused?
8 days ago, some papers were removed from a laboratory file. The papers were unimportant, but they were classified.
The time of their removal has been fixed in an 8-hour interval. 17 people had access to the file in that interval. Dr. Carr was one of them. I thought my work would be a routine elimination checkup. But everything was changed when I found this. Look.
The negative of my picture. It's the one I took of you last night, Professor.
Jane, this negative gives every appearance of having been fogged by radioactive bombardment.
There must be some simple explanation. There must be. It can't have anything to do with Alan.
I hope so.
You hope so? Well, I hope so, too. I feel there should be a great deal of explanation before we're asked to accept this extraordinary mixture of fact and foolishness.
I've apologized for abusing your confidence, Professor.
It's out of the question to suspect Alan. He couldn't possibly be a spy.
Jane, please.
Commander, Dr. Carr has a record of loyalty in his work that unquestionably exceeds yours. He's slaved since 1940 on the problem of the bomb. Why, he has an Army medal, a personal citation from the President. If he were a traitor, then this country would no longer have any secrets at all. Why, if he were a traitor, then you and I and all of us would be irretrievably lost.
Johnny, listen to me. I know Alan. I know he seems odd and truculent, but he's a good man. I'll swear to that.
Suppose I ask you some questions. Just some of these here on this form, the standard questions for conducting personal checkups. For instance, has there been any significant change in his way of life in recent months? If so, what?
None.
None whatever.
Have you noticed any alteration in his manner towards others, toward yourself?
Well, only if he's...
Has he received letters or other communications which he has been at unusual pains to keep ambiguous? Does he...
Oh, really, Johnny?
This isn't my idea, Jane. These are just the standard questions. Now, here. Does he seem nervous and given to impulsive or unusual departures for appointments? Are there large blocks of his time for which you cannot account? Is he...
Oh, Johnny, stop. I won't listen.
Jane, please.
No, Johnny, I won't believe it.
Hello? Oh, Alan. We're all wondering why you haven't... Yes, of course she's here.
Hello? What? Well, all right, Alan, dear. Yes, of course. I'll wait. Yes, of course it's all right. Goodbye, dear. I don't know. I don't know what to think, Johnny.
I'd like to hear this record.
The last booth down there at the end is free. Just play it in there, please.
Thanks.
Well, here I am. Let's stand here and talk, Dr. Carr. My customers are all busy with their records. We shan't attract attention.
There's nothing to talk about. I told them to tell Baker that this sort of thing would be useless. But again, you've wasted your time and mine.
Dr. Carr, the time is short and the situation's very urgent. Baker gave me this message. He is anxious to oblige you. He'd like very much to see you tonight, but it's absolutely impossible. He's most anxious that you speak freely to me, that you give me any information or any material that you may have available.
Look, how many times must I
Let
tell
me
you?
beg you, Dr. Carr. The case is urgent, very urgent. The time is short, and I warn you, you're too far in to back out now.
Do you think you're talking to one of your pitiful stooges? I'll make my own decision.
Oh, no, Dr. Carr. You can't anymore. We've seen to that.
You are listening to The Traitor, produced by the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. And here's speaking for United States Steel, George Hicks.
Good evening. Tonight I'm speaking to you by transcription, because I'm actually in London, where I've been flown by NBC to broadcast the impressive details of the funeral of King George VI, whose unexpected death has brought great sadness to millions throughout the world. I think tonight's play, appropriately enough, illustrates with great dramatic power the tensions that tear at men's souls in times of great national crisis. Today, in real life, each of us is living in a period of tension and crisis. How we think, talk, and act is of vital importance to our nation, too. That's why tonight I'd like to tell you about a conversation I had a while back with one of the men of United States Steel. What he had to say concerning our attitudes and our actions in this crisis seemed to me so important that I felt it my duty to my country, as well as to my job, to pass his ideas on to you. First of all, this U.S. Steel man pointed out that in our great free democracy, the attitude of each individual citizen can be a vital force for good or for harm. Those who let fear and despair and lack of faith color their opinions and influence their daily lives and relations to others can be as dangerous to the nation as our enemies. On the other hand, those who make faith in the future of our country the very core of all their actions and relations, as well as of their opinions, are helping to make world peace possible for ourselves, our children, and our children's children. Then I asked my friend to be more specific. I asked him to name practical ways in which all of us might show our faith in the future of our nation. Here's how he answered that question. First, each of us should talk in positive terms of our nation's efforts to win world peace. Let us stop saying if it is won and say rather when it is won. Second, let us praise the bravery and skill of our fighting forces overseas rather than criticize the strategy of any single campaign. And let us keep our sympathy and sorrow for our fighting men more in our hearts than in our conversation. War is a cruel, miserable business. But fighting men often are hurt rather than helped by too much public anguish or conversational pity. Third, let each of us examine every part of our waking and working lives to make sure that we as individuals are making the greatest contribution possible to our nation's fight for world peace. To me, and I hope to all of you listening, those three simple points are very helpful. If, with their help, each of us can better maintain our faith in the future of our country, and if we can better project that faith to others through our attitude, our words, and our actions, then I believe that each of us will have made a very important contribution to the great cause of freedom-loving people everywhere.
You are listening to the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation.
Now the curtain rises on the second act of The Traitor, starring Humphrey Bogart as Gallagher and Lauren Bacall as Jane, and featuring Wesley Addy as Carr and Richard Bishop as Professor Emanuel.
Where do you want this gear set up, Commander?
By the professor's desk there. Lieutenant Smith, Miss Bailey, Professor Emanuel.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Ever see one of these, Professor?
No. What is it, Commander?
It's part of a snooper's gear. It's a Geiger counter.
Oh? Alan's told me. The new scientific divining rod.
It's so plain, so dull.
Well, they're fun to watch in operation. Just flicking this switch turns it on. There, that's it. Now, get that near a good radioactive source and you'll know it. One of those saved a Navy hospital a wad of money last month. A tube of radium got thrown away by mistake and buried under several thousand tons of fresh garbage. So half a dozen radiological officers had to go sloshing around.
It's going.
Oh, one or two clicks mean nothing. Here, Smith, take it and move it around the room.
Yes, sir.
Well, as I was saying, they found the radium tube all right down underneath all that garbage. Tube no bigger than your pinky.
It's astonishing. But listen.
Stray radiation will cause that sort of activity. An X-ray machine nearby. See, she's dead now. But the significant pattern of a Geiger counter is something you can't miss. I remember once...
There's a source in this room, sir.
Yeah. There is, or was. Keep checking till you get maximum intensity.
Johnny.
I'm sorry, Professor Emanuel. I'll have to search this room.
All right, do what you want. Do what you must.
It's strongest at the desk, sir.
Is this Carr's desk, Professor Emanuel?
No, it's mine, but he's been using it.
That's where I had the camera. On the desk.
Empty that desk. Scatter the contents on the floor. Well clear of it.
Aye, sir.
You help him, Jane. Now let's see. Reynolds should be waiting outside the window. Reynolds, come over here.
Aye, sir.
Call Lieutenant Crowder and Chief Wilson for a working party of 4. Tell Wilson to execute detectaphone drill on the double. Force the window in that apartment opposite and get in your recording equipment.
Aye, sir.
And Reynolds, you know the appearance of Gateway 3?
Yes, sir. Saw his picture at the office.
Take station in the alley where you can watch the street. Give us a mark if anyone like him heaves in sight.
Aye, sir.
Let's see. How long do we have? When will Carr be back?
He said 8:30.
That's 20 minutes or less. Mr. Smith, I want a systematic search of this room. Books, pictures, furniture. Get under and behind everything. Orange, this is Black. Action Percy and Buckeye. Channel ALG, urgent secret. Gateway 3, affirmative. Unauthorized possession of classified substance, absolutely certain. I have a search team with me at the apartment of Gateway 3, and I'm executing plan Mike Abel. Well, we don't have much longer. What's the word, Smith?
Pattern doesn't change, sir. All the vectors in the room still concentrate on this desk, but we haven't found it.
Well, there's no more time now. Discontinue search. Put this desk back together exactly as it was on the double. Help him, will you, Jane?
Yes, Master.
Now, look, Jane, I didn't mean...
Professor, aren't you cold? I'll get you a coat. It's freezing in here.
Is it? I hadn't noticed.
Jane, will you take the maid into the apartment next door and wait? The people know all about it. It's all arranged.
Johnny, I don't want to. Please let me
You've
stay.
got to do as I say, Jane. Please hurry.
All right, Johnny. I suppose this time I can't argue. Only if you could just go easy.
I know what you mean. I won't be any harder on him than I have to. Remember me? I'm not the kind of a guy who pulls wings off flies.
I know you're not, Johnny. I won't make any more trouble. Good night.
Commander Gallagher.
Yes, Professor?
Now, I don't question what you've done, but have you considered the possibility that Dr. Carr may have brought this radioactive material here for an entirely innocent purpose? He has every right to...
Professor, it's not impossible for Mr. Rockefeller to bring home $750 million in singles, to count them and play with them. He has the right to. But for practical purposes, it's not likely.
I bow before your superior logic.
Professor Emanuel, you can be a very great help to us.
My help? What can I do?
There's a detectaphone in this radio. I'd like you to confront Dr. Carr alone and tell him what we found out. He's bound to suffer a tremendous shock, and what we'd like to get is his first emotional reaction. He's likely to pour out everything for us.
Are you asking me to lead Allen into self-betrayal? Or even a common criminal is warned that what he says may be used against him?
Dr. Carr is not the common criminal. He may have committed no crime at all. This is the swiftest way to find out if he's innocent.
Sir, a man resembling Gateway 3, 1 block away.
Professor, make up your mind. If you don't want to do it, we'll manage another way. I don't know how, but if you only will.
To use his confidence in me to get him to talk. Is that what you're asking?
Professor, Dr. Carr is coming. You can be of invaluable assistance to your country, if you like. It's something that only you can decide.
Toby, what's the matter?
Matter?
Well, where is everyone? Why didn't Jane wait?
I don't know. She went out somewhere for a while with her cousin. Allen, where is your briefcase?
What do you want to know?
You had it with you when you left. Where is it?
Well, I dropped it on the hall table when I came in. And why?
Allen, I'm going to look on the hall table to see whether your case is there.
Wait a minute. What if it isn't there, Toby? What if I absent-mindedly left it in the taxi? What's the difference?
Allen, my dear boy, you've been discovered.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Jane did it by accident. She showed some spoiled film to Commander Gallagher. He's a naval intelligence officer, Allen. Detailed to check on you in connection with missing papers. The radioactive material in your desk spoils some film in Jane's camera. It's no use, Allen. They know about everything.
Well, where are they? I said, where are they, Toby?
It may serve their purpose not to arrest you at once. But I don't understand, Allen. Why did you do it?
Because I believed it was the right thing to do.
Right to be a traitor to your own country?
Oh, Toby, for pity's sake, don't start waving a flag at me. If peace for all mankind isn't assured, we won't have a country. Only if Russia can face us on equal terms, each country capable of annihilating the other, can a peace conference follow. A real one that means business and a real world government.
Supposing you're wrong. Supposing what you've done lets loose all the powers of hell.
Well, suppose I am wrong. What guide has a man for his actions other than the lights of his own reasoning and good conscience? Professor Tobias Emanuel, Ethics 72, first semester.
How did it happen?
Oh, accidentally. Fellow I met at Gibbons' apartment one evening. Obviously a communist, but charming, very witty. We spent a couple of evenings talking.
He convinced you that he was right.
Oh, not really. He just rang the changes on ideas I already had. That a ghastly war can explode from this stalemate of bullying and bluffing in the Cold War. And I was one of the few living men that had a chance to stop it. If I'd transmit information that would make all powers equal.
Alan! But even if this were all true...
I know. It meant being a traitor. I had all the traditional horror of that word and all it means, but in the end, I found myself between conflicting loyalties. Loyalty to my country or to all mankind. I decided that one loyalty was provincial and limited and the other eternal and right. I had the courage to act as I believed.
Who gave you the right to play the part of God and to hand over to other people things that are means of destroying us?
No, I deny that. I believe it would have the opposite effect.
What was that radioactive material in the desk?
Oh, yes, my big bonehead play. No wonder it spoiled Jane's film. That was a platinum plate coated with thorium-234, the N over Y reactor. Something new.
No?
It could make all of our atomic installations obsolete overnight.
Oh, Helen, you must be mad. Did you have that thorium plate in the briefcase that you didn't bring home?
What's that to you? Why are you pumping me like this? I know someone's listening. Where are they? Come on out! Get it over with! I know you're listening! Come on out! Where are they, Toby? You've been pumping me for their benefit, haven't you? Haven't you?
My poor boy, there's a detective phone in the radio.
Oh, there is. Well, gentlemen, I suggest you come and get me. You're not going to hear any more.
Oh, Alan. Alan, if you only knew what this has cost me.
You sneaking, weak, small, old man. Which of us is the traitor?
You were going to stop the use of force in the world.
That was all very edifying, Dr. Carr. You were going to bring about world peace single-handed, eh? Sort of a combination St. Francis of Assisi and Benedict Arnold. I'm doing the thinking, Doctor. I want you to look at what you've really done. You've committed a dirty, loathsome crime. You wrecked your family and Jane and Professor Emanuel here, who loves you like a son.
I realize
the words science and scientists are going to stink all over America. Just wait. You think you've seen investigations. You haven't seen anything. Dr. Carr, who is Baker?
Baker?
The name strikes a bell, eh? Every line of our investigation, every shred of dope we've stumbled on, points to someone with the code name Baker at the center of this lash-up. Can you lead us to him? Speak up, man. You haven't been arrested. You've got a chance to redeem whatever you've done. Even turn it into a great service to your country.
Why not arrest me and be done with it?
Once I arrest you, this outfit will disappear into a hole in the ground and pull it in after him. You're the first solid break we've had in this game. Except for that, Dr. Carr, you're useless. You're as good as dead. You're so much human scrap.
I thank you. Toby, there's something I've got to say to you.
Yes, Alan?
I'm sorry I hit you.
Let's say it never happened.
But it did. My hand is still burning. Whatever led me to that must have been wrong. It must have been. That much I know, but I don't know why.
Your mistake was contempt for the people. That's the communist mistake, too. To them, people are just puppets. Mankind must have no will of its own, no choice, no decisions, a slave state. The communist dictatorship alone knows what is right. And if you don't bow to their definition of it, then you must be smashed.
I believed I saw a chance to bring world peace, and I acted. Every day that passes is a day nearer the end of the world, Toby. What was I supposed to do? Wait for mankind to act?
Yes. Because that's the meaning of democratic government. That is the way we live. No one man has the power to control our destinies, and that's what you've tried to do, Alan. You've tried to set yourself above our laws and government.
Oh, Toby, can't you understand?
Our democratic process, which you seem to hold so lightly, has made us into a happier, freer people than any other nation in the history of the world. But you, Alan, you looked at our way of life and you missed its true meaning. You saw only the flaws, but you missed the diamond.
What shall I do, Toby?
Stand your ground as a traitor, Alan, because you believed in what you did. Or work with Gallagher, because it's your duty as an American.
Well, Doctor, what's it to be? Do you pull yourself and the rest of us out of this foul-up, or do you sit around and pray for an early death? Tell me this one thing, Dr. Carr. Where's the thorium plate?
Would you allow me to leave here at once and guarantee that I won't be followed?
What's that?
You heard me. That's the one way I can be of use to you.
You take me for a complete gibbering, blithering idiot?
Listen to me. Then believe me or not as you please. Tonight I had a rendezvous with a man they call Baker. I was going to give him the thorium plate. I've insisted all along I'd give it to the head man or nobody. He didn't show up. Instead, he sent an obvious dummy. I got furious. And finally, he promised that Baker himself would meet me at another place at 11 tonight. That's how it stands now.
At what place? Where is he to meet you? Where is the thorium plate?
If I'm to risk my life for you, I'll do it my own way. It's the only way I can help.
You can tell us what you know.
I know practically nothing. But I think I can bring Baker into this apartment around midnight.
Commander Gallagher, give him a chance.
Well, if he doesn't come back, it's the general court-martial for me.
Well, you said yourself, once you arrest me, this outfit will vanish. It may be years before another chance like this falls into the hands of intelligence.
You're pretty anxious to get away.
Yes. Possibly because I want to join my dear comrades and disappear. That's a risk you'll simply have to take.
Let him go, Commander.
I can't. It's insane. Nobody ever heard of such a thing.
Let him go. He'll do as he's promised.
You have a touching faith in human nature where my neck is involved. All right. All right, then go. Go and be quick about it.
I suggest you have the apartment cleared and Toby and Margaret in their beds by 11:30 at the latest. The place ought to look normal in every respect. And just remember, if you make a mistake, I'll pay.
Just remember to come back. Or maybe the whole world will pay.
You are listening to The Traitor, produced by the Theater Guild on the air and presented by the United States Steel Corporation. And here again, speaking for United States Steel, George Hicks.
Earlier on this program, I spoke to you about the importance of our thoughts, words, and actions during today's critical times. I think you'll agree that there has never been any other American whose thoughts, words, and actions in times of crisis are more inspiring than those of our beloved 16th President, Abraham Lincoln, whose birthday we celebrate on Tuesday, February 12th. The principles of Abraham Lincoln will stand forever as a model for men of goodwill throughout the world. And one of the main guiding principles throughout Lincoln's life was unbounded faith in the future of the United States. Certainly the progress of this great nation of ours since Lincoln's tragic death in 1865 has more than justified that faith. I won't tire you with long statistical measurements, except to point out that we have more than quadrupled our population, increased our national income tenfold, and become a leader in practically every activity of our modern world. One of the biggest factors in all this growth has been in our country's ever-growing use of steel. Steel production has risen from a scant 15,000 tons per year in 1865 to more than 105 million tons in 1951. And it is steel that has made possible our whole present-day system of mass production and mass distribution. It is steel that has built our cities and factories and great railway transportation system. It is steel that enables us to use over 44 million passenger automobiles, trucks, and buses in our modern life of high-speed motorized traffic and transportation. Of course, it's typical of our American way of doing things that the tremendous increase in the production of steel has been accompanied over the years by equally startling increases in its strength and durability. Yes, steel has certainly played a vital part in the tremendous expansion of our nation since Abraham Lincoln's time, and it will continue to play an equally important part in the days ahead. To meet the ever-increasing demand for steel and products of steel of our rapidly growing nation, it has always been the policy of U.S. Steel to maintain a consistent program of plant modernization and expansion, a program which in the last 7 years alone has called for the expenditure of over $1.4 billion. That's right, $1.4 billion. Certainly such a program offers powerful proof of the faith in the future of our country held by the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel.
You are listening to the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Traitor, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and featuring Wesley Addy and Richard Bishop.
It was just after 11 that night, and still we were waiting.
Remember now, there's to be no firing without a specific signal from me. Even if somebody jumps out of these windows, no firing. Is that clear?
Aye, sir.
What is the signal, sir?
A red flare tossed in the middle of the street. I told you that.
Oh, yes, sir.
Minus 19, all clear.
Reynolds, discontinue reports and take stations. Watch those windows and all exits from the house.
Aye, sir.
A Navy man spends his whole life preparing for things that never happen.
Yes, but this isn't just a drill, sir.
I think it is, Lieutenant. I'm not expecting Carr.
We thought differently a couple of hours ago, Johnny.
Well, I let him go on the assumption that he wasn't coming back.
I don't understand you. Did you think everything he said was a lie? Johnny, whatever happened to his thinking, whatever perverted it, believe me, he thought it was true and good and right. I know that.
Well, maybe. Anyway, Jane, I'm 95% sure that he'll take refuge with that crowd. But he's untrained, and his trail will be simple to pick up. If he isn't back here by 1:30, I'll give the alarm.
Then you don't really believe that he's had a change of heart?
It's not very likely, Professor. But we'll play the game his way. All right, Smith. Button this place up and then take station with me.
Aye, sir.
Professor, in the long chance that he does bring Baker, you'll be in some danger. Stay in your room and pretend to be asleep.
I understand. Good night, Commander, if that's the thing to say.
Good night, Professor. Well, wish me luck, Jane.
There's no luck in this for any of us, Johnny. I only hope that it'll all be over very quickly.
I hope so, too.
Come in.
You're sure it's safe?
I assure you, all's clear. Take off your coats and sit down.
Mr. Baker, would you prefer that I wait in the hall?
No, it's quite all right for you to remain here, Miss McKeon. There's really nothing left but for Dr. Carr to let me have the plate and the written material. Isn't that right, Doctor?
Well, I'm afraid I can't at the moment.
Dr. Carr, surely you know that anyone as vitally important as Mr. Baker
I'm sure Dr. Carr realizes the risks we are all exposed to in prolonging these meetings. But I think
still have no reason to believe you're Baker.
Well, I haven't a letter of introduction from the Kremlin, if that's what you want. But perhaps it will help to establish my identity if we discuss a few points on the subject that concerns us. For example, is your process a refinement of the gaseous diffusion technique used at Oak Ridge?
No. It's a modified ionic centrifuge.
The Westinghouse idea. I thought that approach had failed.
There, Dr. Carr. Now that it's obvious that you really are talking to Mr. Baker, will you be good enough to give him the plate and the material?
Miss McKeon, perhaps it would be better if you would wait in the hall. It may be easier for Dr. Carr to transact our business in private. So if you'll just...
Hey, darling, look out!
Are you crazy?
He was going to kill you with that paper knife.
I thought that little gesture would put it beyond argument. You're Clay, aren't you? Clay, her boyfriend.
You blundering fool, Anna.
He would have killed you.
I didn't want to bring you along. I told Baker it was too risky, you dumb, stupid cow.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Take your family squabbles elsewhere, if you please. I've been abused and deceived and insulted to the limit of my patience.
Yes, but
now,
Doctor...
listen. A car followed us here. I noticed that, and I believe Baker is in it. So go down and tell him from me that one more stall of this kind and I quit. He's to come up to this room right now, or it's off. You tell him that for me, will you? Tell him to come up here.
So, I am here. I have checked the other rooms, and everything is as you say. Well, Dr. Carr, at last you see me. I hope you're satisfied.
I am, if really you are Baker at long last.
Do you have any idea what this meeting involves? It means the destruction of an identity I've developed over 5 years. A whole new group of contacts, coding channels, stupid, expensive paperwork, long explanations to my superiors. A brutal waste. I tried to avoid it.
If you'd sent somebody more impressive than the donkeys I've seen tonight, I might have cooperated.
My everlasting problem is personnel. And now you've doubled the difficulty. Do you have the material here?
I still say, how do I know who you are?
The key step in your new process is the one of gaseous cobalt as a sort of ionic damper or oscillation suppressor. That much I know and a little more. Your first pilot plant in Buffalo, which you closed, was ostensibly making fire extinguishers.
You know all that? Well, then our whole secrecy system is a lie.
Oh, no. It's excellent. Better than the Russian, actually. Where's the famous American poker face? If I really had the whole story, would I be here?
Who are you?
In the identity which I will give up tomorrow? A refrigeration engineer with an excellent practice, which I rather hate to relinquish. Now, maybe this will convince you that our conversation is going too long.
You may as well put the pistol away. I told you I won't scare.
You know who I am. Give me what you have for me.
I will not go through with it until I have assurance that I'm handing the material to the right man.
Dealing with a crank is always bad.
Let's not have name calling.
Oh, pardon me. You see, you fall into a technical class. There are only 3 kinds of personnel available for this work. Those who do it for money, and they're by far the best. Those who do it for devotion to the cause, and those who, like you, have no visible motive. Those I refer to as cranks. Most of you aren't worth the trouble you cause, but once in a while you give us a tremendous smashing break. So, unfortunately, we must explore you all.
I have a motive. I want to prevent another war. I believe that when your side is as powerful atomically as ours, the threat of war will vanish, because each side will be afraid to start.
An excellent motive. One of the best I've ever heard.
You're laughing at me.
You're very naive. War will stop when it becomes unpleasant enough for the majority of people. You can't legislate something away when most people get such a kick out of it.
Oh, that's hardly Marxist. Would you still have wars in a classless society?
Oh, no. Don't think I'm a communist because I'm doing this work. It requires professional skill, not orthodoxy. My superiors know that much.
I see. Then you're simply a professional.
You ask too many questions, Dr. Carr. You waste my time.
Well, how do I know you won't kill me as soon as the material is in your hands?
Murder is slovenly and weak espionage. It leads to questions, investigations.
Maybe. But you must excuse me for taking my own precautions. Here is a key, Mr. Baker. A key to a coin locker in Pennsylvania Station. The number of the locker is on the key. In the locker is the material you want.
The thorium plate?
Yes, with a complete presentation, including the blue book of the process and sketches of the plant. You need nothing more to accomplish your assignment. But remember one thing. I may be lying.
There'd be no reason.
Well, as long as you aren't sure, you won't kill me upon getting the key. At least you'll look in the locker first.
What are you trying?
Perhaps you'll find a note from me containing further instructions. Perhaps you'll find an empty locker. You can't know, can you? An amateurish device, I suppose, but it was the best I could imagine for self-protection.
On the contrary, it's singularly professional for an amateur. Now, the one thing I won't risk in this assignment is a second contact with you. I've already gambled too much. Is the material in the locker? You'll tell me now.
Go and see for yourself.
Now, you're committing suicide. I'll shoot you down and get away with ease.
You wouldn't dare.
Now, you're either a terrible fool or a crude counterage in this nonsense with lockers and keys. Don't you know how rotten that smells? Now, you'll come with me to the locker.
No.
If the material is in the locker, there's no need for all this rigmarole. If it isn't, I can't risk seeing you again. I'll be forced to have you killed.
Murder is weak and slovenly espionage,
Not
you said.
for presumed counter-agents who've obtained classified information. I'll get your coat and come. I'm sorry for you. You're a child in these matters, whether you're being honest or not. Now, for the last time, do you come?
Just a moment.
Now, where are you going? What are you doing?
I want to open this window. We can get out this way more easily.
Stop! Get away from that window, you!
Gallagher! Gallagher, hey!
Ah!
Get that man. He's Baker. Baker! Stop, Baker! I'll shoot! Got him. He's over there. Over that way.
Doctor.
They got him out the window.
Lieutenant, see what you can do for Carr.
Yes, sir.
What goes on out there?
It's Baker, sir. He's down on the sidewalk, and we're searching him.
Hand the stuff right through the window here. I want to look at whatever they find right away.
Here it is, sir. Wallet, keys, notebook.
Good boy. I'll send the message right away. Black to orange, report completion mission.
We'd better call the hospital, sir. Dr. Carr is.
Why didn't you go with him, Doctor? We'd have followed.
Alan, are you... Oh, what have they done to you?
It's all right, Jane.
Ellen, please.
Now, just a minute, Professor. Dr. Carr, are the plate and the material in that locker? I have the key.
Another locker. Grand Central by Shoeshine Stand.
Where's the key?
In an envelope addressed to myself. General Delivery, Sands Point, Long Island.
We'll find it. Now, take it easy.
Johnny, why didn't you help him?
Oh, why didn't I? I wanted to keep Baker from shooting him down if we broke in. I wanted to let him handle it himself as he asked, but I should have known.
He's trying to say something.
I tried to be right. I hope to God somebody is.
He's dead.
You heard him. He tried.
It shouldn't have turned out this way. It shouldn't. Somehow I fouled it up.
Don't blame yourself, Commander. He made a terrible mistake. But he gave his life to correct it.
The curtain has fallen on the Theater Guild on the Air production of The Traitor, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation. We express our thanks to our stars, Humphrey Bogart as Gallagher and Lauren Bacall as Jane, and to our featured players, Wesley Addy as Carr and Richard Bishop as Professor Emmanuel. Our thanks also to the other members of our cast, as Baker, Ralph Bell, as Clay, Michael Weiler, as Miss McKeon, Eileen Heckert, As Lieutenant Smith, Elliot Reed. As Reynolds of the music shop, Maurice Manson. As Saunders, Michael Dreyfus. And here again is Elliot Reed with a word about next week's play.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Theater Guild on the Air brings you a zany, wacky farce, The Meanest Man in the World, starring James Stewart, Josephine Hull, and Colleen Gray. With them will be Kenny Delmar. If you enjoy laughs, as who doesn't, we promise you many next Sunday evening. The Sunday after next, the Theater Guild on the Air will bring you Charles Dickens' beloved classic, Oliver Twist, with a brilliant cast of Broadway and Hollywood players starring Basil Rathbone, Boris Karloff, Louise McGrath, and Melville Cooper. And now, here is Humphrey Bogart with a special announcement.
Now, this is Boy Scout Week, and the 42nd anniversary of the Boy Scouts of America. The Boy Scouts are launching a new 3-year program known as Forward on Liberty's Team, designed to help serve the nation even more effectively. Won't you help them whenever you can, and join us in saluting one of our democracy's finest institutions, the Boy Scouts?
Remember, next week on the United States Steel Hour, The Meanest Man in the World, starring James Stewart, Josephine Hull, and Colleen Gray, with Kenny Delmar. And remember, too, that the trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. The Theater Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Helburn, with Armina Marshall, executive producer. S. Mark Smith is editor. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levitt. Humphrey Bogart may soon be seen starring in the United Artists release, The African Queen, which will be opening at the Capitol Theater in New York City. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at the same time.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Theater Guild on the Air dramatization. It's because George Orwell's great novel, 1984, deals with the most terrifying subject in the news today, the threat to all free men of communism or totalitarian domination in any form. In fiction, Orwell creates for us a picture of what life might be should the totalitarian forces succeed with their plan to become the Earth's masters. It is fiction that projects into a kind of prophetic reporting of the future. It is our blessing that we can see it so, and thus alert ourselves.
We now raise the curtain on 1984, adapted by S. Mark Smith, directed by Homer Pickett.
It is a bright, cold April day in the year 1984. The clocks are striking 13. The new way of telling the time of day is the least of the changes in the world of 1984. Following a period of war and revolution in the 1960s, the world has been divided into 3 super dictatorships: Oceania, Eurasia, and East Asia. And all 3 have the same objective: to conquer the rest of the world and to remake human existence according to their theories and formulas. Our story is laid in Oceania, whose dictator is called Big Brother. Oceania is made up of the old territories of the United States, Great Britain, the former British Commonwealth, and South America. Our scene is a hidden room in London. 2 men are talking quietly. The one in whom we're interested is named O'Brien. He is a figure of obvious strength and magnetic personality.
It
It is time to begin on Smith W. He is ready for us. His number is 6079.
Smith W. 6079. Yes, Comrade O'Brien.
First name Winston, a writer in the Ministry of Truth, 39.
Minute through age 39.
His problem is memory. Smith remembers, or thinks he remembers.
Memory.
It torments him. He feels a mute protest in his very bones. An instinctive feeling that the conditions he lives in are intolerable, and that at some time or other, life must have been different.
Instinctive protest, thought crime.
I've observed it grow in him for 7 years. I've watched him closely. There is no act, speech, or train of thought that I cannot infer. When we pass at the office and our eyes meet, it's as though our two minds had opened and our thoughts were flowing from one into the other.
He's aware of it?
Yes. It frightens him sometimes. Nevertheless, he believes in this link of understanding between us. It encourages him to believe that others beside himself are enemies of the party, and that an underground opposition may actually exist.
He knows, of course, that you're a member of the inner party.
Of course. All the same, I know he is ready for us. He feels that I am someone he could talk to if we weren't being watched.
Smith W. is writer, Minnie True, Records Department. In the government of Oceania, the party rules through 4 ministries which execute its orders. The 4 are Truth, which concerns itself with propaganda, Peace, which is concerned with war, Love, which is the secret police, the penal system, and the labor camps, and Plenty, which is responsible for rationing and the control of production. In Newspeak, which is the official or purged form of the English language, the ministries are called Minnetrue, Minnepax, Minnelove, and Minneplenty. An important function of Minnetrue is to prove by documentary evidence that the party is never wrong. Winston Smith, of whom O'Brien has been speaking, is one of the staff who perform this job. In 1984, the party alters or destroys every record, word, picture, or scrap of information that conflicts with its needs. It applies the same process to human beings.
Even the date of the year becomes uncertain. The past is dead. The future is unimaginable. In the end, the party will announce that 2 and 2 make 5, and it will have to be believed. You wander in the forest on the bottom of the sea, and always there are the eyes watching you, enveloping you. But if the party can thrust its hand into the past and say of this or that event, it never happened, that surely is more terrifying than mere torture or death. The truth is true. I must hold on to that. Water is wet. Objects unsupported fall to earth by the force of gravity. Do you hear this, O'Brien? I address it to you. The solid world exists, and its laws do not change. By remaining sane, I carry on my human heritage.
It's Smith. Was he married, Comrade O'Brien?
He was 9-10 years ago. After 15 months, they applied for a separation.
The usual reason, Comrade O'Brien?
Yes, there were no children. Lately, he has noticed a girl at the ministry. He doesn't know her name, and they don't work in the same section. Yet she keeps turning up around him for no reason. He feels that in some way she's dangerous to him. He even thinks she may be an agent of the thought police. But she's young, pretty, dark-haired.
Times 3184. Big Brother mal-quoted world peace message.
Excuse me. Smith W.
What? What is it?
Have you given your voluntary subscription for the new party banners?
Yes, I've subscribed. Of course, I always subscribe.
Oh, well. Excuse me, comrade.
Liar. Spy hunter bigot. What are you doing in the shape of a woman? If you had a quarter of a chance, you'd denounce me as a thought criminal and have me killed.
Excuse me again, please. There will be a spontaneous demonstration tomorrow at 18 o'clock. Personnel of all offices will gather in the main hall at the central telescreen for a 2-minute hate meeting.
Of course, I know. I have it on my calendar.
Well, I thought I'd remind you. Goodbye, comrade.
If I could only tell her to her face. If I could shout it at the top of my voice. But they're watching me. Get hold of yourself or you'll give yourself away. Your worst enemy is your own nervous system. In 1984, the universal slogan posted everywhere with a benign-looking portrait of the dictator is, Big Brother is watching you. And the eyes of Big Brother and the party are the thought police. The thought police watch you through the telescreens, which are fixed on the walls at your place of work and in your home. And when or how often they have plugged in your wire is something you can never guess. The telescreens combine the functions of the earlier telephone, radio, and television instruments, and they regulate everyone's life. For example, at 7:15 every morning, the telescreen in his room awakens Winston.
Age 30 to 40, everyone up. Up, 30s to 40s, on your feet. Hands on hips, breathe deep and touch your toes. Up. 10. Up. 10. Smith.
Huh?
6079 Smith W.
What, me?
Yes, you. Bend lost. You're not fine, Smith W. Anyone under 40 is perfectly capable of touching his toes. Don't you see me? I touch mine and I'm 43.
Now, Winston is joining the staff at Minute 2 for the 2-minute tape that afternoon. A colleague, Comrade Ampleforth, is in charge.
Comrades, attention! Attention!
First, the telescreen shows them a flash of the war at sea against Eurasia. An enemy troopship is blown up.
We got them, comrades! We've blown up the gangster degenerates.
Machine gun the lifeboats. Don't let them get away.
Attention! Attention! You have just seen the foreign enemy. But who is the enemy at home? Who is the traitor hiding among us, guiding his spies and saboteurs, poisoners and stranglers? What?
The telescreen fades in the features of the alleged leader of a mysterious underground conspiracy against the party.
Goldstein! Goldstein!
Wait! Wait! From the eternal menace of Eurasia abroad and Goldstein at home, deliver us, protect us, enfold us in your light. Show us your face. Big Brother.
My savior!
Attention, please. 2 minutes up. Here is an announcement from the Ministry of Plenty. Beginning next week, the chocolate ration will be reduced from 30 grams to 20. That is all. Dismissed.
Wasn't it stimulating? I feel ever so gratified, replenished. Oh, yes, comrade, it's always ever so inspiring.
She again. She was behind me all the time. Everywhere it's she, and I got to stop her. No matter how. Anyway, my girl, you heard me hating with the rest. Yes, I hated. I hated you. And I know why now. Why you obsess me. Because in spite of everything, I see your eyes, and your hair, and your mouth. Because I want to hold you, not kill you. To escape from the interminable, restless monologue that runs through his mind, Winston has wandered off on an evening walk, losing himself down unknown streets in the labyrinth of London. These are the slums where the proles lived. The word comes from proletarian. In 1984, proles are about 85% of the population. Coming out of his reverie, Winston is reminded that he has no business in the slum. A dim, old shop attracts his attention as an inconspicuous place to get his bearings. Anyone here? Oh.
Good evening, sir. Did you want to look around?
Well, I
Not
didn't
much
want
to offer you, I'm afraid. Just selling off a few odds and ends.
Winston has wandered into a pocket of the past. An old antique shop somehow preserved in this corner of the slum. He is curiously stirred by the few relics on the shelves.
For instance, this diary. Open it. There's been no paper made like that for 50 years, I dare say. Oh, and I've some prints of old London in a room upstairs. That's another item that's disappeared nowadays. In here, sir. I'll light the lamp. It's still an oil lamp, you see. There we are.
Why, there's no telescreen.
Oh, I never saw the need of one of those things. Besides, a lot of old houses down here were never wired. We lived up in this room till my wife died. I've slept downstairs since.
I remember a room like this. I was very small. I looked at the fire and I saw wonder.
I once thought I might rent this room, but there were no takers. Now, if you happen to be interested, this print on the wall is an old church. Ever see it?
Yes, I believe I have. It's a ruin now.
That's right. It was bombed. I don't remember when. The frame is fixed to the wall, but I could unscrew it for you, I dare say.
Oh, no, that's all right. I never knew it had been a church.
St. Clement's Dane, its name was. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin.
What's that?
A rhyme we had when I was a little boy. How it goes on, I don't remember. But it ended up, here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head.
Oh.
I'd let that print go for $4 if you wanted it. Once it would have fetched £8. And £8 was, well, I can't work it out, but it was a lot of money.
Well, Mr.
Charrington, sir.
I am interested in that old notebook, Mr. Charrington. That diary. April 17, 1984. I have begun this diary as a safeguard, a control against the suicidal impulse to declare myself openly. I'm writing it in a corner of my room, out of the range of the telescreen. But what I write here, and whether I go on with this, will make no difference. I have committed the essential crime by thinking of a diary. Thought crime is death. Before death, there is a routine of confession. Then Nevertheless, exactly because I recognize myself as a dead man, it becomes important now to stay alive as long as possible. Down with Big Brother. There I've written it. Down with Big Brother. April 20. Today at lunch in the cafeteria, Ampleforth talked about the future of newspeak. Ampleforth is passionately devoted to the destruction of words.
Take thought crime, Winston. I promise you that we shall make thought crime literally impossible, because there will be no words to express it. Breathtaking, what?
Remarkable.
If you have no words for the thought crime, how can you crime think? It fascinates me, Winston, by its logical perfection.
You do see things clearly, Ampleforth.
Oh, it's just a pure specimen of double think.
April 23. Freedom is the freedom to say 2 and 2 make 4. If that is granted, all else follows. April 24. Last night in a dream, everything was light. The slanting rays of the evening sun fell on a brook in a field beyond a wood. I felt a great freedom. I asked, where am I?
This is the golden country.
The dark-haired girl at the office came across the field, and her arms opened wide to me in a gesture of infinite grace and splendor. I ran to meet her, when suddenly the light vanished. A wall of darkness arose, and I was in my old nightmare of the unendurable thing that waits for me behind that wall. In panic, I escaped down a pitch-dark corridor, and there I heard a voice, quiet and casual.
I am with you. I know precisely what you are feeling. But don't worry. We shall meet again. We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness.
I've never known why I have this belief in O'Brien, but it doesn't matter. His voice had said, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness." And whatever that may signify, I believe that in some way or another, it will come true. Ampleforth.
Yes, Winston?
Will you watch my message tube on your screen? I'm going down the hall a moment to check a map.
Right. I'll leave you plugged in.
Thanks. That girl coming up the corridor. She again. Watch out. Hey, what's the matter? You hurt?
I stumbled.
Well, let me help you up.
Thanks.
You're quite pale and you're trembling. You sure you're all right?
Oh, quite sure. Quick, take this note. Keep your hand over it and go away.
Winston, back already?
Oh, Ampleforth.
Shall I plug you out now?
Yes, thank you.
Right.
I mustn't look yet. I must shuffle a note among the papers on the desk. I must leave it there a moment, and then look at it casually. Whatever is written on that scrap of paper is somewhat thought police. Perhaps they have reasons for choosing to deliver it this way. Maybe a summons, an order to commit suicide, a trap of some description. Whatever is written probably means my death. Unfold it on the desk now. Keep your fingers from trembling. Now glance down and see what she...
I love you.
I can't believe it. It's a trick.
I love you.
It's a trick.
I love you.
But she was pale. She was frightened. Maybe...
I love you.
It is Sunday afternoon the following week. For days, Winston had been in a kind of fever that he might lose the girl if he didn't act quickly. But how could he arrange the meeting? Then one evening, at a rally where the mob was roaring and the telescreens blaring, she appeared at his side and whispered a few directions. They were to meet that Sunday at a place she knew in the country. Winston takes a lane through a lonely wood and waits for her.
Don't talk. Follow me. Here we are. Do you like it?
What's your name?
Julia. I didn't want to say anything there in the lane in case there's a microphone hidden. I don't suppose there is, but there could be. I know we're all right in this spot.
Would you believe that until this moment I never knew what color your eyes were?
They're brown.
And the lashes are thick and dark. How old are you?
26.
Well, now that you see me in broad daylight, can you still bear to look at me?
Yes. Easily.
I'm 39 years old. I've had an unsuccessful marriage. What could you possibly see in a man like me?
It was something in your face. I thought I'd take a chance. I'm good at spotting people who don't belong. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were against them.
And you're against them, too?
I hate them. You thought I was a good party member. Banners, processions, cold showers, always dressed in party overalls.
Yes, Julia.
Well, actually, I am that sort of girl to look at. Always yell with the crowd, that's what I say. The only way to be safe.
And you want to be safe?
Doesn't everyone? Listen to that fellow up there. He just sings away for nothing. Susan so.
It's the golden country. Almost.
The golden country?
A dream, a landscape I've imagined. I just can't believe this.
Oh, no, don't stand up. Don't go out into that field. You might be seen.
Julia.
Yes?
You've made me feel very proud. It's a pride in myself I've never had before. Your mouth is beautiful.
It's too wide.
And your waist is soft, just as I thought. I've never held anything as sweet to me.
Oh, my darling.
Listen, Julia. I love you. Do you understand that? You can't have pure love when no emotion is pure and everything's mixed up nowadays with fear and hatred. But while we live, Julia, I love you. May 20. I've rented old Charrington's upstairs room. It's lunacy, perhaps, and at best we can only go there once in a while. But the temptation of having a hiding place that was truly our own was too much for me.
This door goes down to the alley and the backyard, Mr. Smith. You have your own entrance, you see. I dare say everyone wants a little privacy now and then.
You can turn around now, Winston. Look.
Julia, you put on makeup.
And Smith, a perfume. Oh, in this room, I'm going to be a woman, not a party comrade.
Yes, do that, Julia. The instincts they can't control are the forces that can tear the party to pieces.
You make things too complicated, Winston. When you're in love, you're happy inside, aren't you? And if you're happy inside, why get excited about Big Brother and the party and all the rest? All this politics and yelling and marching up and down is simply energy gone sour because there is no love.
June 1. It has happened at last. The expected message has come. The underground conspiracy does exist, and I have reached the outer edge of it. All my life, it seems to me, I've known it would confront me just so.
Smith.
Oh, good afternoon, Comrade O'Brien.
Smith, I noticed you take a scholarly interest in Newspeak.
Well, it's just in the course of the work.
I have an early edition of the Newspeak dictionary that would interest you, I should think. You might pick it up at my flat sometime.
At your flat?
It's the old 4th edition. Very rare, you remember. Here, I'll give you my address.
Julia, he was giving me a sign, a signal.
But I don't understand.
That edition is not supposed to exist, Julia. It was purged for Goldsteinism. O'Brien's remark was an obvious code message.
Well, to tell you the truth, these tales about Goldstein and his underground always struck me as rubbish. I think the party itself made them up for some reason, and you have to pretend to believe them.
Julia, why don't you walk out of here before it's too late? You're young, you look innocent. If you keep clear of people like me, you might stay alive for another 50 years.
Yes, dear, I know. But all the same, what you do, I'm going to do. Don't be too downhearted. I'm rather good at staying alive.
You know, if they catch me and if I confess, they'll shoot you. And if I refuse to confess, they'll shoot you just the same.
They can make you say anything. They torture you. Still, suppose you do say what they want. They can't make you believe it. With all their cleverness, they can't get inside you.
No. If they could make me stop loving you, that would be the real betrayal.
Yes?
My name is Smith. I was invited here. This young lady's with me.
Come in. Excuse me.
God, that's Winston Drake. They have everything.
We've done it, Julia.
In here, please.
I'm a vast strategic maneuver to an now witnessing of the Malabar front.
Yes, sir.
Directly inspired by the genius of Big Brother, may well bring the war to...
Telescreen.
You can turn it off.
Yes. It's neither sending or receiving now. The inner party has that privilege. Now, sit down, please. Well, shall I say it, or will you?
I can speak? That thing is really turned off?
Everything is turned off. We're alone.
I can speak freely?
Well, surely that's plain to you. Why else do you suppose I took the risk of inviting you here?
We have come here because we believe there's some kind of secret underground working against the party, and that you are involved in it. We want to work for it.
I'll bring the drinks over here, Mark. Thank you. That's all. Martin is one of us. I think we should begin by drinking a health. To our leader. To Emmanuel Goldstein.
Then there is such a person?
Yes. There is such a person, and he is alive. Where, I don't know. Now, I have only a brief time at my disposal. I must start by asking you certain questions. You are prepared to give your lives?
Yes.
You are prepared to do anything which is likely to cause demoralization and weaken the power of the party? To cheat, to forge, to blackmail, to kill, to commit acts of sabotage?
Yes.
You are prepared to commit suicide if and when we order you to do so?
Yes.
You are prepared, the two of you, to separate and never see one another again?
No.
You did well to tell me, comrade. We have to know everything. You feel as she does, Winston?
Yes.
Good. Then it is settled. Later, you will receive a book to read. Goldstein's book. There will be instructions on how to return it. You have a hiding place, of course.
Yes, a room.
It is important to change one's hiding place frequently. Now, please clear your minds of any romanticism. When you receive orders, they will be directly from me, although you will not come to this flat again. You will work alone with nothing to sustain you except the cause, the idea. Your only true life is in the future, in which you will take part as handfuls of dust, splinters of bone. We shall only meet again, if we do meet again.
In the place where there is no darkness?
In the place where there is no darkness.
Oh, Julia, come in. I got it today, the book.
Did you, dear?
Yes.
Good.
It fascinates me. It's as though my own thoughts had been transformed by a mind enormously more powerful and vastly more systematic.
That's nice, dear. I brought some water for the coffee.
Julia, you have to read it, too.
Now, you read it out loud, then you can explain it to me as you... Ah! Get out, you filthy brute!
What was that?
Rat.
Huh?
I saw him stick his nose out of the wall. There's a hole down there.
In this room?
Well, they're all over. And the nasty thing is...
Don't go on.
Dearest, what's the matter?
Of all the horrors in the world, it's a nightmare.
Winston, you've gone quite pale.
I'm sorry, Julia. Don't pay any attention.
Darling. Hold me. Hold him close.
There's something in me that I can't help, Julia. Something unendurable.
All right. I'll stuff the hole with a bit of sacking. There. That'll keep the brute out.
Thanks.
Hey, Winston.
Hmm?
That picture on the wall. What is that place?
Oh, that's a church. Or at least it used to be. St. Clement's Danes.
Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin.
Where did you hear that?
From my grandfather. He used to say it to me when I was a little girl. From my grandfather. He used to say it to me when I was a little girl. Someday I'll have to take that picture down and give it a good cleaning. We'll go on with the book. I'll fix the coffee.
And now he comes to doublethink, Julia. Oh, this part is absolutely... Julia.
Yes, my love. Just looking into the fireplace. Go on, dear. You read so well.
Yeah. Applied to a party member, doublethink means a loyal willingness to believe that black is white when party discipline demands this. But it further means the ability to know that black is white and to forget that one has ever believed the contrary. Yeah, that's exactly right. He makes me understand how. But what I don't understand is why.
Hmm? Yes, dear, of course, go on.
Thus, if human equality is to be forever averted, if power is to be retained indefinitely by the party, then the prevailing mental condition must be controlled insanity, which they regard as sanity. Now, here we reach the central secret that first led the masters of the party to the seizure of power. This motive really consists of... Julia, you awake?
Oh, I drop off?
Oh, darling. Well, never mind. We'll let it go at that for this evening.
It's late. We should leave here soon.
No, not yet.
You do enjoy this place, don't you?
You dozed. I read a book. We've been alone. And it's been safe. People lived that way once.
It's grown colder.
One of these days, a race of conscious beings will come again to take our place. Theirs is the future. But to share it in our day is death.
Oh, stop that, Winston. Don't say that. Here. This is my hand. Take it. Hold it. This is me. I'm real. I'm alive. Don't you like this?
It's all my life to me. Still in this day, we are the dead.
You are the dead. Winston. You are the dead.
It was behind the picture. A telescreen.
It was behind the picture. Remain exactly where you are. Make no movement until you are ordered.
The house is surrounded.
The house is surrounded. And while we're on the subject, here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head.
Carrington.
Yes, Carrington. For the first time in your life, Winston, you can identify a member of the Fort Police. Take the man first, comrade. Smith, W69. Take your hands down from your face. No faces covered in the cell.
If only the pain would stop. That's all you can wish, if pain would stop. When did they arrest me? How many days have they beaten me? But if I could save Julia by doubling my own pain, would I do it? They never turned the lights out. No darkness. Oh, Brian. They've got you, too.
They got me a long time ago. But don't worry, Winston. You're in my keeping. For 7 years, I watched over you. I read your inner thoughts. I studied the sickness in your mind, your insanity. I shall save you. I shall make you perfect. I shall make you sane.
Amplified. Oh, Smith, you too. What are you in for?
It was an indiscretion, undoubtedly. But I couldn't help it, Winston. We are producing a definitive edition of the poems of Kipling, and I allowed the word God to remain at the end of a line. The rhyme was Rob.
Ampleforth?
Yes?
101.
Room 101?
Come along quietly.
No, not room 101, I beg you.
Guard, get this man out.
No, not me. Take Smith. He's the one that's against the party.
What is in room 101?
You know what is in room 101, Smith. Everyone knows. Think, and it will come to you. Winston. Wake up, Winston.
Huh? Oh. O'Brien.
Don't try to move. You are strapped down. We've taken you from your cell.
Is this your room 101?
No. You will be told if you go to room 101. Everyone is told. Now look above you, Winston. You see the dial?
Yes.
The numbers run up to 100. My hand controls the lever. If I move it, a wave of pain will flood your body. For example, this is 40. You will remember then that throughout our conversation, I have it in my power to inflict pain on you at any moment and to whatever degree I choose. Do you understand that? I enjoy talking to you, Winston. Your mind resembles my own, except that you happen to be mentally deranged. It is impossible to see reality, Winston, except by looking through the eyes of the party. That is the fact you must relearn. It is impossible to think except with the party.
How can you control the mind? Thought is involuntary.
Do you remember writing in your diary, freedom is the freedom to say that 2 and 2 make 4? I have one hand on the lever of the dial. Here is my other hand. How many fingers am I holding up?
4.
And if the party says it is not 4, but 5, how many?
4.
The dial is at 55. How many fingers, Winston? At 60. How many fingers, Winston? No, that's no use. You're lying. You still think there are 4.
5, anything you like. I can't. 5. I see 5 if I could. Only stop it, Dad. Stop it, Dad.
That's that. You see now that it is, at any rate, possible. Here, this syringe in your arm will ease this. No doubt, as you lie there, you're wondering why we go to the trouble of interrogating you, since you believe we intend to destroy you.
Why bother to torture?
Because it is intolerable to us that an erroneous thought should exist anywhere in the world. All persons whom we bring to this place are washed clean, Winston. The execution of their sentences is relatively unimportant. By the time we have finished with them, there is nothing left in them but sorrow for what they have done and love for Big Brother. It is touching to see how they love Big Brother. Winston, been sitting up?
Yes.
Good. You tried to walk?
Yes.
You're getting better. Well, before we resume today, you can, if you choose, ask me a few questions. Any question you like, it will be all right.
What have you done with Julia?
She betrayed you, Winston. Unreservedly. You would hardly recognize her if you saw her now. All her rebelliousness, her deceit, her folly, burned out.
You
Next question.
Does Big Brother exist?
Of course he exists. The party exists. Big Brother is the embodiment of the party.
Does he exist in the same way that I exist?
You do not exist.
I was born, and I shall die. I have my own identity, my own, no other. I exist.
No importance. Now, the next stage in your reintegration is the stage of understanding. Do you remember Goldstein's book? You said it told you how, but it didn't tell you why.
You've read the book?
I wrote it. That is to say, I collaborated in writing it. No book is produced individually. But to return to this question of how and why. You have been learning how the party maintains itself in power. Now tell me, what is our motive? Why should we want power? Go on, speak.
You are ruling over us for what you believe is the good of...
That was stupid. I will tell you the answer to my question. The party seeks power entirely for its own sake. We are interested solely in power. Pure power. Power is not a means. It is an end. The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. The object of power is power. Do you begin to understand me?
You can't do it. You can't succeed. You can't rule the world by fear and hatred and cruelty.
You are talking with a part of your brain that we have not cured.
Something will defeat you. Something, I don't know. Life, maybe the spirit of man. Something, I
Winston,
don't know.
How does one man assert absolute power over another? Think.
By making him suffer.
Exactly. By making him suffer. Obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he's obeying your will and not his own?
Somehow you will fail. There is some principle that you cannot overcome.
With pure power, we are omnipotent. Never forget that, Winston. Always and forever, we know the intoxication of power constantly increasing. Always and forever, the thrill of victory, the thrill of trampling over a victim who is helpless.
Winston, look. This is the golden country. Wake up, Winston.
Julia, it's you.
Of course. Wake up. Take my hand. I'm real. I'm alive. Don't you like this, Winston?
Oh, my love. My beloved. You must help me, Julia. You must tell me something. What can you do against the lunatic who is more intelligent than yourself?
They can make you say anything. Anything, Winston.
Julia, wait. Get up, Winston.
What?
Wake up.
Oh.
You were dreaming. Stand up. Look me in the face. Intellectually, Winston, you were making progress. I was pleased with you. But I find you have had feelings that you thought to hide from me. That was foolish.
What do you want?
Tell me, Winston, what are your true feelings toward Big Brother? Remember, I am always able to detect a lie.
I hate him.
And the time has come for you to take the final step. You must love Big Brother. We're going to room 101. Strap him up right in the chair. Strap him. Winston, you asked once what was in room 101. Everyone knows the answer. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst thing in the world. The worst thing in the world varies from individual to individual. There are cases where it is quite some trivial thing. But for everyone, there is something unendurable, a pressure that you cannot withstand even if you wanted to. Bring in the cage. The cage. Do you remember your nightmares, Winston? The wall of darkness and the thing that could not be faced. It was rats that were on the other side of that wall.
You can't do that. You couldn't do that.
In your case, the worst thing in the world happens to be rats.
Oh, Brian, please. I'll do anything. Just tell me what it is you want me to do.
Come, Winston. In your heart, you know.
How can I if you won't tell me what it is?
There is one person to whom you can transfer your punishment, but you must do it of your own free will. Set down the cage. Set it down. It was an ancient Chinese punishment, Winston.
No.
The cage fits over the face,
No.
and the rat...
No! No, don't do it to me, no.
Punishment.
No, not to me. Not at my face.
Yours.
No,
Left
no,
friend,
no, not to me. To her, to Julia. Do it to Julia. Oh.
All right. You have heard your heart. Now, your heart is secure.
We have our last glimpse of Winston in 1984 as he sits in an empty cafe in mid-afternoon. Since his release from prison, Winston has a job of sorts at the ministry, but no one pays much attention to him. He idles, drifts. He drinks a lot of the synthetic gin of Oceania, and he waits. Waits. Right now, he is waiting with some concern for the war news on the telescreen.
Suppose the Eurasians break through in Africa. Suppose they take the Congo Basin. Oceania itself may be threatened. We're in a crisis.
Suddenly, the broadcast.
Victory! In a vast strategic maneuver, personally planned by Big Brother, we have routed the Eurasians on the Congo. He saved us. It was he alone. Our Colossus. Our eternal shelter. Thank you, Big Brother. Thank you.
Winston has won a final victory over himself. He loves Big Brother.